Okay, there we go. See, I've been trying to do streaming for like second, but it's very spotty this month. So, let's see if it hits correctly. Second. Does it work? Uh, yeah. So, I mean, granted, we've been waiting for the 3.0 update for. See, the thing about a lot of Rosacaelifer is there's a lot of lore with Rosacaelifer that's been in the game since the prior to the launch. Yes, technically, I already have Velina, but when it comes to the cast of characters we're going to be getting, I'm probably going to skip on half of them. I have a reason for that because Velina is going to. My prediction is Velina is going to basically be I would say Velina. Here's a funny thing about Velina. Velina is going to occupy the one spot that is wind contamination. Now, arguably, I say, she's going to function the same role as Yejuan did until which Yejuan still functions the same role. See, 2.0 launch had Yejuan, which was a brand new archetype no one knew anything about, which is basically pre-rupture before rupture was a thing. She's surprisingly easy to kit out. The downside is she requires the actual engine that comes with her, just like Yejuan. Yejuan basically launched with 2.0, but she was followed by Ju Fufu. We aren't so blessed because we're going to be getting Norma. So, what more can I say? But majority of the lineup we're looking at for what? Year two? Like year two's was a really weird one. Like we know here we're going to be getting Seth's brother. Seth's brother's coming. We know. Like we know Seth's brother's coming. He's confirmed. We know we have a Sickroos version. We know we have Sickroos. So there's a version of Sickroos coming to the game. We know because I'm kind of curious where Velena falls into the factions. Because technically we're not gonna get the third for her for a while. Though I really don't care. The only reason I wanted her was because of the bloom effect. Because like we will only have her until like she'll be the only one right up until Seth's brother drops. Now, Velena, we do know Norma probably falls under Velena. Now, what makes Velena interesting is she's the first wind. Though they've kept the kits and the elements largely not saying censored for development issues. It's the fact alone. Wind was confirmed to be an element probably about a version ago. Now, she functions as an amplifier for contamination. Now, functionality, technically, I haven't used her yet. But, interesting fact about her is if she gets handled like Yejuan does, she will be the main. There's actually a reason I kept. There's actually a reason I kept my bosses for this because I needed the whole.
A wise choice.
To be honest, we don't even know who Velina teams are. That's the weird part about her. See, like Yejuan, you could shove into any team. That's the fun fact about her. You could literally shove her in any team back then. See, she's an anomaly. Let's see something. That? Hold on. Why is that the bamboo? So that's the bamboo.
You're up early. Want to try my special bamboo combo?
Clearly, you can tell I don't care about bamboos. I use the same bamboos over and over again. And ironically,
I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one
because
by one.
technically, really, yeah, I got her mostly upgraded.
Have a good one, and please come again.
You're broke for about a good. It don't matter. That don't matter at all. Look, it's fairly normal.
Hey, Proxy.
This game has the economy against you. Little do you know. Oh, I could see why that one's the one. Because it's the whole air and space one. Hmm.
Is that it? Come back next time. You
See,
hear?
I don't spend on bamboos. I just earn them. So a lot of the game currently, see, we're going to have the follow-up to where Faith and Story is. Now, technically, they're running her together, which I don't know it's a good idea or bad. Because the problem with running her side by side is it's not that you have faith in running her, but she is one of the leading DPSs currently when it comes to physical. She's leading DPS. If it's physical DPS you're asking for, you get her. But then again, her lineup is largely, to be honest, she runs beside Zao. And then you have a couple of others, which is like an Aether. You have like a couple of other Aether Veils. Like, if it's physical resist, you can run Suna. But look, I didn't care enough for Suna. Now, of course, this was teased back in the end of the last story. But a lot of her she is largely, look, if you're lucky enough to get her, I already have her. She's been my ace in the hole for the longest time. I'm too used to her. If it comes to think about it, I never use that. My whole thing is I don't think I ever use her like that. Because they ask you to use her more than she gets used. Because, she has two forms. She has a... Like, you never ever see this form that much. Because for the most part, you're actually just mostly switching to her. Yes. Look, I skip the whole combos usually. Sometimes I hate these combos because they don't work right. You actually think like they work. I hate the tutorials for these things. She's a very simple person to use. You never use her for any other purpose other than, see, that middle combo with you use it is Sundering? No. That's never used. All I do is ultimates with her. Which is usually how you're supposed to use her. Now, see, Velina is brand new. Some are a lot easier than others.
You won't be disappointed. Who said that? The wind
See,
rises.
the interesting part about her is if she is this flexible, she's probably going to be used in every lineup. Now, it's only a matter of time before they do isolate her as they did Yejuan. Yejuan got not countered, but they destroyed her purpose halfway through. They basically rupture as an advanced form of physical. The best way to describe it. But she's not the ruptures that come later. Because the ruptures that come later are more devastating. Because the ruptures that come later... Again, I hate these two cores. They also don't design these... See, they don't design this to be this combo. That's the problem. Mine is designed to do combo. See, you never use that function with her.
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Because that's the normal way you do it.
I see all.
See, problem with the combos are, yeah. See, the return to dust is normal.
The line is drawn. Light brings the dawn.
It's one of those ones I don't. Each third hit.
The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Radiant cloud. The Yeshunguang will Yunquai summit, breaking all illusions.
See, the screwed up part about her is if a fight goes that long. There we go, got it.
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars
She has two forms of combat. Now, I firmly believe Lady Sunbringer will be multi-form. Which I wouldn't doubt me if she isn't.
The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Again, I do that combo more than no normal occasion.
Back from the ashes, are we?
See, technically, she is one of those ones that is very valuable, but people don't know why. But she's complicated to use. You don't use. They make her a lot more difficult to use in the tutorial than she actually is. Because she is not difficult by the tutorial. Then again, I've always hated how they do tutorial. To be honest, she is my most used. I think at this point. Of the latter half 6 months? Yeah. The problem is, she shines in the aspect if she's a switch. It's like a switch off or attack. Because if you get her ultimate to work, it is the most devastating ultimate in the game. Now, that's going to be but she is largely physical. The problem with running her and Velina, it's kind of the either or. Because Velina has another purpose. Velina will be what Yejuan should be. Yejuan was used largely because she has that window. Not wind, but it was Rupture. Having Rupture aged mostly well. But she herself, as a unit, aged well. Which is hard to... It's up until the meta starts turning and shifting. Which... See, Yejuan has ink.
A wise choice.
See, technically I didn't care of the others.
Understood.
I mean, we have our 7 characters. Be like her is... That's a lie. What the game calls an A is an A, because you say the combat rating is bad. But good luck to you. I do probably have a couple I need to fix, but I don't care for the farming. I guess like the day the game decides to give me discs that are actually good, that may be so. I mean, for the most part, it's correct. What, it's now physical? This is like relic farming. Good luck to you. No one wants to do it. Actually, come to think about it, that actually might be better. Yeah, it's still pen ratio. To be honest, yeah, that's pen ratio. Let's see something. See, almost everything you get has like pen ratio on it, which makes it really disappointing. See, that has HP, but the problem is most of your better. Almost everything comes with pen ratio. About everything we get comes with pen ratio. Drives me insane. You get one good item, and it always has to have pen ratio. Which is an utterly useless stat, which should be removed from the game itself. It should be removed, because pen ratio doesn't do anything. Because with all the changes with it coming to Xbox, I think it also came to Steam. The controls are a lot more responsive. I'd almost rather have anomaly proficiency over half the stuff. It makes her subtly more. So anomaly proficiency, see, pen ratio as a chance to ignore defense. But the problem itself is most of the time it doesn't. That's actually a better one. But you're not using that, though. Let me see. What is her kit, to be more precise? See, we just also got a new disc for Aether. They also like to change her recommendation. So 6 needs to be attack. Can't be anomaly. Physical attack or physical damage. Because why would you even bother with pen ratio? You're not going to even bother with pen ratio right here. It's stupid. Here is attack. You'd be better off making both of these goddamn things attack. I hate to break it to you. I'm surprised that they haven't updated her. The problem is, these discs are near impossible to farm for. And what's weird is if you spam it enough, the combination of these, at least from my perspective, it's the worst ones. See, the next one upcoming is Norma. Norma is going to be. I'm passing on Norma. A, I have enough fire units. B, I'm not sold on her kit. Basically. Norma's kit is gonna be really interesting. Like, Norma's kit... Really? Turn her into pure glass cannon. I think eventually I'll get another one. See, eventually I'm going to have to pull for hers. Song and Branch for ice that and crit rate. Well. Let's see, I don't... Then again, what are you saying? She doesn't have... Anomaly. It's okay. See, Norma is going to be Jufufu 2.0. Supposedly is the rumor. That's the rumor. But, hit-wise, she's not going to play the same. Okay. By that. See, if Velina is wind, Norma's kit is fire. She occupies the same spot Jufufu does in lineups. Supposedly. This is just rumor. All kits are subject to change right up until release. Or a period of release. Now, functionally, I never use him though. Now I realize why I kept him.
You want me to completely look the part? No way. Do you have any idea how much makeup that'd take? Forget it.
Yeah. See, the only ones I passed up on year one were her, him, that.
I've got your back.
It's a mistake I passed up on this one as much as I have. By the way. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to pull her the next time she's available. Badly, I will. Because there's a spot in electrical lineups that is only offered by her in seal, not seal lineups, seed lineups. Because she's the only electric stun. I mean, you got Quinn Yi, but good luck.
Cup of hot water.
Team composition is usually her and Trigger. See, but when I passed up on these, because these didn't age well, I was like, he was the last one right before, and I pity anyone who did. Hugo, none of these aged well. He will be if it's ever. These two, actually, they both disappoint me. But not for different reasons. So the thing about the Angels of Delusion, they're both each individual. One has their use, but they're meant to work together. Now, the only one that wasn't changed was Nangguang. Her whole purpose is she's a support unit for Aether Veil. But if I needed a physical support unit, I have like 3 of them. If you already have Astro Yell, Yuzaha, or depending on the various ones. Surprisingly. But a lot of the ones going into 3.0, of course, these were dropped. But he was dropped right before he was dropped right before, but he is. See, she's aged pretty badly. He's aged badly too. Same with these. These should be free. At least that one should be free. Hugo is probably never going to be offered anywhere outside of a bad time. But to make Hugo work, you need 2 stuns. The problem with ruptures is they have a tendency to kill themselves. So, see, going into 3.0, we got 3 blooms. That's her.
Understood. Leave it to me.
Her. We got that one. We got that. And you still have Vivian. The irony is you can run all 3 in a lineup. But then again, her, she also has a subtle Aether Veil effect that you can run with Yijuan. Xingguang. You can run her, you can run them with her. Now, technically, I say technically, people who passed on her probably are going to wish they didn't. Because she is Aether Veil. Now, just the theory I have is if Aether Veil stays, Aether Veil is an element. By that I mean if the end game, because I'm very curious to see what happens with the end game. Because the end game, when you have a powerful unit released, either changes or is forced to adapt. And that's what Velina operates. So Velina will operate in the same vein as roughly, because it's not like Yejuan isn't. I'm like both, but realistically it's, I don't know why I would spoil myself with a boss, but whatever. Turtle is a scorpion shaped dual anomaly, yes, or obtainable theory.
A wise choice.
I would really wonder why you want to use
Just
her.
give me the target.
Got a new ghost story to share? Come on, let's show 'em what we've got.
I really don't like shoving Yuzaha in every lineup. I've never been. I would assume run her with Shane Perry, perform resistance. So you could spoil yourself on boss mechanics if you really don't know. But normally when you do.
Big farewell. Your tomorrow. End it here and now. Unruly rascal. Let the wind, the line shall be drawn by me. My turn. Take this. Bone killing wind.
Supposed to combine her with frozen effects. See where I think people will miss.
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Hmm. Let me see. I know I need to, yes. I want to see if something works with her.
Today's reading is
I do.
Be a Hero.
I want to see if something works.
Now it's my turn.
Because if something works, I want to see if something works. Because if this works with her, because what Velina is, I want to see with Velina, she's supposed to echo any element given out. I want to see if this works that way.
I'll lend you my claws. Take this.
If she echoes any elemental effect,
only just begun. The wind rises. Who said that? Stay behind me. Again. Big farewell. Your tomorrow. There's plenty of time. I need to exert myself a bit. The wind scatters the path, and you are next.
I'm very used to characters like her. See, in a way, Vivian is one of my most used. For not because of reasons. See, Velina's also offering ranged combat. Which makes Grace Howard highly possible, too. Let's see if I wonder if you stick her with a proficiency character. Because I'm wondering if you could stick her with any proficiency character. Then again, right, a lot of proficiency characters are...
Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon. So, to the pool or the beach?
I will say having 3 different Bloom character potentials are really good. So Bloom is like burgeoning in Genshin. In a way, it provides additional damage. Do we care? Yeah, but this is if you're using Vortex. Yeah. So 6 one, half a dozen the other. Yeah, because see...
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
See, that one would be funny. Because she has the whole close combat. I like her, but she requires... I don't like her attack. Okay? Look. There's a problem. Genshin likes their EM characters, which is the Elemental Mastery characters. He is 100% Anomaly Mastery, which is similar. But I swear to God, I would change the shit out of her. If it weren't for her whole purpose.
Do you have a secret you want to share?
Because technically, Velina functions as a
Come to the
EM
seaside with me, Lord
character.
Phaethon.
Like, the problem with, like, if you ever see Genshin's EM characters versus the other, it's pretty obvious. Where all their bonuses come upon something.
dear.
Because if she echoes any effects, the question is, does she echo any effects?
A diversion. The wind scatters the path, and you are next. Take this. Run into trouble?
Oh, that's effective.
It's just right. I need to exert myself a bit. No judgment. This is the will of Krampus. I'll keep them suppressed. This one's on you. See on your way. My turn. Cool step back. Sink into the whirlpool. The line shall be drawn by me.
She opens up a lot of lineups. Actually, you could probably have a lot of fun with her. I would be very curious because she could easily revive a lot of old lineups. Because the thing with her, if she echoes any effect, if it's any physical effect, that means fire, ice. Besides wind, so if wind is going to do that. Oh yeah, no, she's highly effective. Now, realistically, there's a fine art to using her.
A wise choice.
Then again, I got mine with more attack and other things. So she's not built. She's built as she should be, but again, if it's energy spam the character, I am all over energy spam. Problem is, you gotta wait like 2 more weeks on that one. I mean, the real end game is like, here's the problem. Like, the real end game, real end game where she would matter is CU defense, which I hold firmly believe they're gonna fuck over. The deadly assaults already updated. We'll try that later. I am curious. Ice physical. What the fuck are these?
A wise choice.
The weather's nice today. Maybe I'll show you my real value this time. Hey dear, what kind of fun job have you got me? Beep beep. Work orders are open.
Understood. Leave it to me.
They're doing a bloom. Which is bloom is not the worst end all be all. Which is interesting. Problem at higher tiers is not great.
So, to the pool or the beach?
Anything else go up? Time to end this. Put down. Switching. Time to end this. I'll take over. You will. I'll cover you.
My turn.
Put that aside. Hear the howling wind. Here. I'll take that. Got you. Suffocating now. You won't be switching. Don't fret. All will soon be caught.
Oh, for Lord, no one interrupts Lord Phaethon's vacation. Not ever.
Put it.
That means Ultra Jake is probably required.
Time to my turn. What do you need me to do? Switching to I'll take a break. Got one for the plank. Dial 2 for a trap. If you spot an ethereal, as the sword wills. Watch closely. This is the real deal. The enemy looks kind of tough. You're next. Just in time. My turn.
See, Velina is one of those weird ones that she might actually just work with anything.
I'm right here. As the sword wills. Is it my shift again? Leave this to me.
I like. Oh, so it's different.
You know I would never turn you down.
Let me see. So you change her out. Fire physical. I mean, technically, I'm halfway tempted.
I'm here. Need a hand? Fufu's here. We're up, Hue. Today's reading is Be a Hero. I'll show you my real value this time. All set and ready to go.
Tempted. It's flexible.
Necessary for victory. Time my turn. Senior Cal. Don't push yourself, Yashin. You're not forward. Turn around.
See, they did do some system updates, so
I'm right here. Smash them. You can lead the fight. Time to change ships, Senior Cal. Intercept. Proceed. Switching to business mode. Watch closely. This is the real deal. Done. My turn. You're a fraud. Right. Shoot. What do you need me to do? Pass the sword well. Don't forget. Got one for complaints. Dial 2 for attack. My turn. Frost spreads. I cut through the darkness. The Qingming's might. Rends the heavens. My turn now. I'm gonna do my best. Customer service, the verdict is...
I should have probably saved that.
The one. Is it my shift again? Yeah. Take a breather, darling. You can lead the fight in the middle. Forward, drifting clouds. Time to change shifts, Senior Cal. What do you need me to do? This won't take much.
You won't be disappointed. Put that aside.
The real value of a character is, no offense, if they're fun, but also, do they survive this?
You won't be disappointed. Here, take this.
Find cover.
Quick switching. Suffocating now. You won't be disappointed.
What an eyesore.
Final warning. Put that aside. Don't fret. All will soon be calm. The gap. This is the will of Krampus. The wind rises.
That's why I don't think Norma will survive.
You won't be disappointed.
Because the way they have Theu defense, she might survive, but I don't think she will.
I'll take over. The tables have turned. Here.
So when units become meta units, they're usually used here. Like, you got fan favorite units. And the thing is, you got fan favorite units, but that's a big difference. Fan favorite units. So Velina's actual mechanic is windswept. Because this is the first, it's supposed to be a corrosion effect. Now, it'll be funny if she ever gets out of an archetype that she could be combined, but I'm not sure. Wish they would group up, but hey, I don't want to do that at all. Look, you can always tell a Honkai Impact player from any other game they play because of the style of combat. Where I cut my teeth years ago.
I see ants.
I say I never use that, but, you know, half the time it's,
spirit, countless swords in harmony. Summit, breaking all illusions. Don't push yourself, Yexinguang. Fortified.
See, that's why you need them to bunch together. Yeah, that's why I said a little bit on that. That was my fault.
Time to end this. The wind scatters the past, and you are next.
No one interrupts Lord Bacon's vacation. Not ever.
See, functionally, Jufufu works really weirdly.
I will carry out your execution. Too late. Suffocating now. I'll take over.
I don't doubt this side of the lineup. I doubt the other side.
Anything else over. The wind rises. I did warn you. Final warning. Still not backing down. Such a pain.
Yeah, that's shaving seconds off. Like, I fully think she could survive. Like, if she is easily... You gotta go. See, the deceptive part about Jufufu is Dialin and Jufufu are both. They're stunners by nature, but they aren't just stunners. Why I say that is the way they play like fast attacks. Well, we don't know that, though.
Let's go.
But here's the thing. Dialin... It's supposed to be.
Frozen spirits, countless swords in
Might be
harmony.
better.
Radiant cloud.
Better.
Leave this to me.
He is always too tanky for her own good. This particular they love to put this particular thing right here. She's far tankier than she should be. Sometimes these fights are like herding stray cats. By that I mean you need to actually... You have to physically get them to be in the same spot. That's the problem. If they survive this, I'll be shocked.
You won't be disappointed. Hear the howling noise. Nobody gets this over. Time to end this hurt. I'll take over. Put that aside. Please go back.
Don't underestimate me.
Immobilize them.
Such a pain.
Switch it. The line shall be drawn by me.
Okay, see, yeah, this is why I say Velina clears the endgame. Not because of the current. Because, see, Velina's whole purpose, it's where she ultimately lines up.
No one interrupts Lord Deacon's vacation. Not ever.
Anything else I Switch it. Please. Pointless. Quick to hit. The wind rises. Vision ripple.
Go away.
I need an answer. Immobilize them. Etiquette is a way to master violence. The wind scatters past, and you are next.
Better. A little more practice. Not the ideal. Much worse. It's like she does the work, that one's don't. Technically. Fire, ice, and electric. Really? I am very curious what they say what it is. Sometimes CU defense is actually off by like 2 weeks. There's never a good guide for CU defense, all honesty. Uh-huh. Okay, critical node, second office 2, business third, fire, ice. They're off. Oh yeah, the website's off. No, it is listed wrong. It's enjoyable. It's always fun when they get the other craft, the teams fucked up. Because they say something it is and it's not. It makes a clear difference if it's fire. See, here's the problem when you have it's not that dial-in is the inherent fault. It's Sal. She's ultimately a massive problem.
A wise choice. Just tell me the target.
Poo-poo's here. Now it's my turn. If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime.
A mission? Take me along.
Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
Why would you put dial-in?
I'll protect you from any danger.
What the? No.
Wada wada!
Asset
You can
confirmed.
get
Preparing to move.
bonus.
Need help? Call me anytime.
Physical fire. Quite honestly, it'll be a lot better. Now at least I'm resistant to electric. The core problem with most seed lineups is they usually require half of her stuff is hidden behind. See, seed, like. How much? Oh, it's only increases by 30.
Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share? Hey dear, what kind of fun job have you got me into this time? Hello? Rep 2493 at your service.
Yeah, it doesn't say the other.
A summer day with Lord Nathan.
See, sometimes you have to get a little creative. See, like currently, a lot of stuff predates of people doing proficiency. Because currently, a lot of proficiency lineups are being used. That's what they've been promoting for like the last month. Like, she's highly like electric proficiency. You know, could,
A summer day with Lord
could literally blow up in my face.
Yahoo! Seed at your service. Huh? Do you have a secret you want to share?
It could blow up utterly in my face. Be interesting if it works.
Leave it to Seed. Count on me to leave it to me. Okay, let me know. Captain the Barrel. I've been unfair here. Cover me, Orc. Tactical strategy. Start that. Watch this.
You would ask why I use her like I use? She I use because... Look, she's the only Angel of Delusion I wanted. Because her kit was long rumored for a while.
They're much easier on the eyes than their
She's a stun agent. The fear. See, the thing you have to worry about with... See, the reason why people are talking about pulling Norma is only because you need that secondary fire effect. Because if she functions as Jufufu set goes, you do other. If anything, I'm addicted too much to disorder lineups. Longest time. By the way, there's a theory about at least the Angels of Delusion, mainly her. She's a Sunbringer clone potential. But that we'll get to in the story.
Give him a full salvo, Senior. Hey, Senior. Cover me, Forty.
This is taking too long.
Sorry, I might have to get a little rough with you. This baddie doesn't look all that tough. Huh?
As I said, this could easily blow up in my face. And it has. Rule number 1. Follow the elements. Long gone are the days of MiHoYo allows you to break the elements. Long gone are those days.
I'm not late, am I? If it's you, manager, we can go out anytime.
See, the problem usually is when you only have one Jufufu. In fact, she's taken up by these. Especially if we ever get a mode, there's 3. See, like, she's an alternate in a C lineup, but she can also work with Ishika 1. So, technically.
At your command. I always feel at ease with you at my side.
See, filling out when they filled out T-Mobile, you have her, you have the other. Dial-in.
Rev 2493 at Yahoo. See, thank you.
Dial-in.
What job have you got me into this time?
Suddenly, Jufufu's taken. Surprisingly still strong. In reality. Never use them, though.
I guess this outfit ain't too bad. The blue bandages are kinda annoying, though. Never mind.
Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon.
She's one of those characters, once you start using her, you probably never stop using her.
A summer day with Lord Phaethon.
That's why it said I've gotten a decent chunk of attack on her, but she is an anomaly mastery.
Lord Nathan. I'll hold the umbrella.
But running her with Velina is a bad idea. Look, I could get lost here, but like, yeah.
You're not connected with the gold star. Turn around. Switching to flag mode. Smash them. Is it my my turn? Oh my. My turn. Whirling wave. Switching to fitness mode.
I know they updated combat, though. That's what I know they did. Like, I know they updated combat. I don't know exactly what they did. Combat, in a way, flows 5 times better. It's more seamless. But I can't fully tell if they changed certain stuff. Like, they didn't have DirectX 12 options. No, I would never run.
Please watch closely. This wave is for you alone. Cut through darkness. Cold River. Go away. Can't get through. Try again. The verdict is unforgivable. It's recovered.
This thing has too much health.
Stand down. Cut through darkness. Frost rains. I rise to the night sky.
The day they stop doing DPS checks between rounds, that would be lovely. And I mean this. What they do is they stick straight things that are straight DPS checks. Nothing else. At a certain level.
No complaints today.
Again, he's just a beefy boy for no goddamn reason.
Done with you. Hello. This is the end for you. Leave it to me. No one interrupts Lord Bacon's vacation. Not ever. Frozen spirits, countless swords in harmony.
Oh, I do know of a lineup. I want to know what the follow-up after this one is. See, when I mentioned earlier, this is what they do. They stick an enemy that's purposely an ass towards whatever the prominent element is, where they don't tell you it is. And clearly that's what this is. I tell you, they do that on purpose. The thing should not be that tanky.
The wind rises.
I could always just move Vivian to the other side. Move Vivian to the other side, Jufu back to the other.
Feeling cold. Know your place. Still not backing down.
I'm starting to think, that's one thing I noticed when they did it. Past 60, they're chunkier. And they shouldn't be that way.
Please step back. I will carry out your execution. The outcome is set.
Okay, yeah, these are just... Nope. Wow, that's just taking... Yeah, that's... So prior to the update is what they did. So there was an update, I wasn't sure about it, I see it now. Oh god, that's something I'll have to get to later. See, if by 65 there was an update... Good lord. That's when you start getting... That's one of those games, when they start, like that moment they start,
Wise seems deep in thought about the days. Finally, I'm supposed to be going before we leave. I should talk to him.
Morning, Belle. Today's...
Nothing feels off physically. How about you? Still packing?
No, I'm done. Oh, I did help Cecilia with her packing. We had to lighten it up a bit. Good thing we're leaving now. Give her another couple of days and she'd pack the entire shop up and take it...
That's it?
It can't be that obvious. I should have guessed you'd see right through me.
Are you worried the treatment might not go as smoothly as we hope?
Come on, Belle. Don't say that. Think about it. They have first-generation Void Hunters there. They must have a way to treat us.
Exactly. So instead, you should check if the movies you want for the trip are all downloaded. I guess I really shouldn't have brought that up. He doesn't want me to worry, but he's not fully convinced Rosacaelifer can cure. But actually, the one who's when that power goes out of control, porcelain does help suppress it. But lately, even when I'm near the W engine Remiel left me. Sometimes I feel like I could when the treatment starts.
Yo, yo, yo! Morning!
You all awake yet? The sun's already up and shining.
Cecilia, don't tell me you just packed more things. Velina said Rosacaelifer will provide everything we need. Besides, we don't even know if your travel permit...
Went through or not, there's no way I'm sticking. And how can you trust someone who I'm gonna be fully prepared? A whole month's worth of snacks, that high-power emergency lamp I saw advertised on TV, a portable ether scanner, and take it from someone with plenty of experience. Thanks, Cecilia. But let's just assume we're... Hey! Wait, Belle...
Huh? The manager's nervous? Relax!
I even sewed a hidden compartment into my bag.
Cecilia, please...
I have the right to Thanks to them, I feel a lot more relaxed. Come to think of it, this is
I would prefer if Billy died and fell off a cliff.
It's kind of like
And I say that nicely.
Man, if Nicole and the others were here...
I've hated this character since the beginning of the game. He's obnoxious. Now we're stuck with him. The fun part is they gave him an upgrade, so people finally buy him and play him. And that upgrade, he half kills himself to play because he's like all rupture. They use HP as a resource for no gain, and he's basically a physical version of it.
Didn't Norma say she... Whoa!
Stay back, guys.
It's an airship.
Billy, what's going... Hey! Over here! Hurry up! Stop dragging your feet and hop... This...
How you sort?
Big enough to take the whole
Yes, the edgy Gundam. Yes, they gave him a goddamn upgrade,
What?
and he's far worse.
This Billy's been tied up dealing with a bunch... Oh, right! I have some good news. After Velina... Oh, yes!
There's a reason I call Norma Jufufu 2.0. She ain't gonna play that way either. Though I don't think she will. She has the aesthetics of Jufufu,
We get to ride an airship around 6th Street!
without the type.
Awesome! Huh? Oh, what's with the long faces?
I just remembered some not-so-great memories.
Yeah, same here. Anyway, from here we'll be heading west the whole way.
To Rosacaelifer.
Hollow Zero. Why they look so tiny? We'll make a brief stop to resupply, then head straight into the Minerva storm belt.
Huh? Isn't that where the wind speeds are insanely...
So the lore on Rosacaelifer.
world inside the storm belt?
Look! There's so many floating islands above the hollow. That's Rosacaelifer. Well, we've got the clearance.
Okay, it goes from when we go to another area where the air balloon gets shot down. That's the Wi-Fi Peninsula, because technically we get shot down.
We've reached our destination. Eos, you're gonna make lots of new friends here. Some little friends and some big friends.
Whoa, he's so tall! I thought I shrank or something.
Cecilia, what's wrong?
So this is Rosacaelifer. There's a lore on Rosacaelifer.
Welcome to Rosacaelifer.
Sorry.
So, everyone feeling a little less overwhelmed now? Good. Then let me give you the quick Rosacaelifer city tour. The island we're standing on is Buastro, the main island, and the largest in Rosacaelifer. The upper half of the island is the city itself, where everyone lives and works. The lower half is the energy hub. It sits close to Scommel Hollow and slurps up ether energy from it all day to power the whole island.
Wow, there are so many Bangbu here. Definitely more than anywhere else I've seen in New Eridu.
That's right. Over 60% of the population here is Bangbu. Because they help Rosacaelifer carry out the single most important mission tied to humanity's survival.
So,
The non-stop calculation of the
ah,
Hollow's master
explain.
data, otherwise known as the Rosetta data.
The Rosetta data?
I see. No wonder this place is so far away from the city, and why its existence has to stay a secret.
What's with you two? That whatever data, is it really that impressive?
Whoa! Hold up! You went into the Hollow without knowing that? Rosetta data is the master copy for all Hollow data!
You realize that explains absolutely nothing, right? Alright, okay, I'll simplify. Even with professional equipment, any data we collect from a Hollow gradually starts accumulating errors. That data has to be cross-checked against the Rosetta data to correct the errors before it becomes a usable carrot. In other words, without the Rosetta data, the Hollow goes right back to being giant labyrinths.
Yes.
And since only Rosacaelifer can calculate it, this place is known as the Celestial Nexus.
The Celestial Nexus. Yeah.
Is a lore, because the reason a lot of the lore we know comes from something, but there's one bit that they're leaving out.
Yeah, you could call this place sacred for proxies. See that tower with the clock over there? Behind it, there's a whole stretch of buildings. That's the CCD. That's where Rosetta data is processed. Bangbu and researchers are working non-stop. Huh. So do humans living here all just spend their days cooped up in labs?
No way! People live here! They still need
Let
somebody
it
handling
break.
clothes and all that other necessary stuff.
Mm-hmm. So Rosacaelifer has plenty of departments. Take Billy and me, for example. We work for the External Strategy Department, which mainly handles everything related to New Eridu. And because of our ties to the Marcel Group, Bangbu Tech Support also falls under us. It's okay if that doesn't all make sense yet. Give it a few days and you'll pick things up. Oh, the hover bus is here! Everyone hop on! Unless you feel like walking all the way to your dorm. Belle, get in here! Coming!
So, briefly, the lore on Rosacaelifer is Lady Sunbringer completely got the power of a god. Well, she talked with the creator that we know of. Now, the irony is she also, under the Marcel Group, made the first Bangbu. She's what? Oh. Now, technically, we've learned what she actually looks like in game. Now, by the way, there's 3 of her.
Is it time to swap shifts yet?
I need to just I'll be right back. Her name is Lady Sunbringer. She is like Ramiel. She's probably one of the oldest probably older than Ramiel, which that's from the past. Ramiel, 100. Well, but there's a bigger part. So in the lore, Ramiel's 100 years old because we know we're gonna get Ramiel and Lady Sunbringer finally. So Ramiel Dan and her mercenary troop push back the Black Wall or Dark Wall. See the Earth in this universe of Honkai is surrounded by, consumed by the Hollows, which was largely probably because of Aether energy. We know it has to deal with the Creator. The Creator is something. Lady Sunbringer took knowledge from the gods, like fire from the gods. But if she has been around 100 years, similar to Ramiel, prior to the fall of the old capital, prior to that, there's a rumor that she probably created it. You learn in, I think it's like one of the, I forget which version, you learn in a vision with the sword that someone tried to assassinate her because she's the Marcel group leader. She basically created all of the bamboo, plus other technology.
This is my first time riding a flying bus.
So in theory, that the quest for infinite energy created the Hollows.
That's Vuastrum's central hub station.
Oh, so it's a station! No wonder there's a big clock.
Hey, Wise, check out that crazy tall tower over there. That's the Airspace Control Tower, a prime landmark of Vuastrum. The Administrative Affairs Department primarily works there and in the surrounding towers.
But the current plan is for Tops Tops is trying to take the place over.
This is our stop. Already at the stop? Aw, you'll be here for a while anyway. It's just a short walk to where you'll be. The station passage is under maintenance. Let's go this way. Stay close, alright? What's taking you so long? Get over
Okay,
here,
that's
alright?
funny.
Don't keep leading.
That is a big poo that's stuck in the wall.
Look at the person on this poster. doesn't feel real.
Manager! We actually went toe-to-toe with a
But we're still carrying the W engine she left behind.
Oh, that? Yeah, don't worry about it. The permit, jointly signed by the city administration, and your contact with her was classified as passive involvement. It's already been confirmed that there was no cooperation or shared intent involved.
She's basically Jufufu's animation. Which is how we know she... Actually, we knew she was a stun. Now, does she... I wish she functioned as Jufufu. I would probably try to pull her.
The mayor personally vouched for you guys, you know.
But this whole attempted assassination of Sunbringer charge. Norma, what really happened?
I'm not really sure. I was in the lab that day when the alarm suddenly went off across the entire island. Not long after that. But the warrant came directly from Airspace Patrol. And it was approved by Lady Sunbringer herself, so come on. Getting you set up. Expert Street is just up ahead.
See, Lady Sunbringer, basically, she's...
That's more like it.
Rumor is she divided herself into 3 parts as to pay the price for the knowledge of the creator.
That's more like it.
Question, will they say it or not? We don't know. That's probably 4 versions down the road.
There's a lot to take in here.
Look! That shop's so pretty. And I'm just about to take you there. Come on!
Hey, look! Isn't that Tin Master?
Mr. Archie's artistic passion is like the first hint of tea.
What the? Huh? A show?
Oh, all right. What did...
What's going on? It's nothing. The Bangbu here just... Well, they get jumpy sometimes. Don't worry about it.
Get jumpy for a reason. It's from Velina's trailer.
You must be the honored guests of the...
She also asked me to prepare some pig.
Please feel
They called Velina the witch.
I'll bring the tea shortly.
My pancake. Welcome to Cup a Moment. Hope you have a pleasant day.
It's pretty funny. I never take a straight path anywhere. It's because there's a belief amongst Bangbu that she takes them, hides them away. So one broke containment. It's in the it's in her character trailer for her. She broke the... Then she took a person named Bruce, then put him, because he didn't, the joke is he didn't have maintenance for 20 years. Hid, tried to go tell the other ones who were having an underground meeting. And she dressed him in a dress. Cannot say they don't add character to things. Then he gets carted off back to being in prison. That's why they call her the witch. She works on all the Bangbus, but she also probably, the rumor is, she tortures them. So you see a sorter. That's the idea, at least. You know. whether it's true or not, are Bangbu's sentient life forms to a degree versus living computers. Yes. Indeed. Now, the question is, do they fuck up the lore? The real question is... I have a personal prediction they're gonna fuck it all up. They've had 2 years or 3 years to do... So they've had 3 years to do the lore for Lady Sunbringer from pre 2.0, pre 1.0. They'll fuck it up. The question is, do they change it? They didn't really alter Ramiel's story because, to be honest, they did let loose that at least the first generation Void Hunters are alive. So the one... See, the thing is, when they actually show Lady Sunbringer, because we don't know, because what her state was, because rumors said she was killed, but she wasn't. Technically, they already spoiled what happens to Lady Sunbringer. But we don't know why she divided herself. See, they have 4 versions. Now, the problem is going to be... Actually, they took the Treeby approach.
It'll be ready in a jiffy.
Because that's what they did. Now, are they going to entirely omit how she created the city of Rosacaelifer? Probably not.
Let's hit up the breakfast shop next. Start your new day with some roaring brekkie. Please, it's
Me too.
Belle. You. A brand new day has arrived. Mr. Roar is rooting for you at full volume.
The problem is, what is Tops's goal? Because at this point, we don't know. Because they do...
Feeling a bit more excited about
Well, they've already spoiled that Lady Sunbringer is 3 parts. Or she had to divide herself.
Welcome to Amber Hall.
Or she died, and she has 3 bodies.
Whoa. Is this really where we're
One of the
staying?
2.
I thought the video store was impressive and
Thank you for the compliment, Miss Sissy. Norma, I trust the journey went
of course I did.
Good work. Beginning tomorrow.
Predictions on her being terrible.
Transfer students.
While your main purpose here is treatment, having a defined role on the island, Aurelia Academy is an educational institution under the ESD. In addition to standard courses, given your current circumstances, the Academy offers an
Being a student is a piece of cake for you rich people. I didn't expect we'd have to go to school. We haven't set foot on any... Bringing up school now must be making... So, I get a student experience pass?
That's not what school. Oh man, an intelligent construct at my age.
As for the 2 of you, due to Norma's rather efficient handling of the application process, Miss Cecilia is registered as an emotional support pet. Certain policies encourage such classifications, and it was the most expedient option.
Okay. I mean, for Billy's bullshit, he's still an obnoxious ass who deserves to die in a fire. Whoever makes Billy the more popular character, why we have to have him, I would have chunked him off a cliff 2 versions ago. No offense. But that's funny. The writing in this game is a little bit better. I wonder.
Hey, wait a minute. Does that mean
Mr. Billy is registered as a high-performance, multifunctional domestic support unit. In simpler terms, a household appliance.
So you're basically a robot.
That's worse.
In the end, it's just some text buried in a file that nobody actually cares. A private room? Like a nice big...
Uh,
even
Billy, don't.
And Belle, as for the treatment you're most concerned,
You can start her treatment.
the sooner the better.
Yeah, get some proper rest.
Oh, and the equipment you
see,
require.
the question I have is Norma's going to be worth it down the line.
Barry's been cooped up all the
Because
time.
her kit is not impressive.
Okay, let's go see the...
then we'll get to unpack.
If there's
That's the
nothing further,
problem with her. Technically, let's see. Cecilia is actually a good character down the line. Billy, I kind of want chunked off a cliff, never to be seen again. I would not have 2 cares in the world if he suddenly died as a character. For the record. Which I know sounds cruel. I could care less.
What a beautiful room, but I'll take a closer look later. This is the work. All right, that's the...
command acknowledged. Data flow is stable.
We are guests here after all. In a restricted place like this, we should probably keep our heads down and follow the...
Belle, I'm coming.
Whoa, not bad.
Velina left us uniform. It fits really well.
Do I have...
Don't worry about it.
Why is he acting all... He does look like he's doing much better. And from what Valine... All right, I'll get changed. Wow, but... Wow, it fits just right. It feels super nice.
Oh, it's terrible.
It fits just right. Now that I've changed...
Though I've never cared for much of the aesthetics of the characters. Never. I'll skip through this as quick as humanly possible.
Where's Wise? And everyone else for that matter. Weren't we gonna do a fit check?
Perfect timing. A minute later and I'd be back in the kitchen prepping tomorrow's ingredients. Hey now, you look like you're running on fumes. Finish your pancakes and get...
We're running.
Not bad at all. Should I find another board and
That won't be necessary.
Wait, you guys.
manager?
And here comes our stuff. We get it. Going also. Sorry for making you. They all put a lot of thought into this.
So, this makes it official.
There's nothing else I need. Let's have a look around.
You basically need another player's hub in the sky. Now, the interesting part is no one's really caught on to. I don't think anyone's caught on to the fact that Cecilia has the snake around her neck that the doctor has in Genshin. Everyone seemed to have missed that for the longest time. I am too lazy to find things. Nope, that goes down. Now, Rosacaelifer, it's mostly, I think they're waiting to. Because whatever plays out in this part is. I'm kind of curious what the twist is. Because the twist is going to be probably more or less. Because look, if Tops is trying to invade, because the actual power increase that the player gets, Zephyros is part of the treatment, which that's probably the worst kept secret. I mean, both siblings are supposed to be suffering from it. It's in the building, is. If I don't have to take the straight path, I take it nowhere. Now, my prediction is these characters, half the characters upcoming, unless their kits are really broken or they do something good, we're never going to use them. Because if you don't have Jufufu, you're probably not going to get Norma. You already have it. If you don't, you probably get her. Oh. Oh.
Hello there. Which floor are you headed to today?
See one of the ones ahead. Really? We're supposed to use those? Okay. At this point, if we have a character, we cannot use our own. Look, if anything was, and it's just something they learned, if they learn this about, I don't know how long it's going to take them to learn it. They need to. Because half these kits aren't worth anything. Like, assume you have a trial of stuff you don't have. That makes sense. Functional. But I would never use the kits they provide for some. Functional. Because they design characters that aren't glass cannons as glass cannons.
Anything up there, Lola? A diversion.
And to be honest, what's going to suck down the line is if people don't have sheer force units against miasma units.
It's over. Sink into the whirlpool. Please allow me to stay back. My turn.
You could probably do it, but that way that's not the opportune lineup for it. Hold on. What did I say? Sheer force? The way they fucking have the design? And you don't even have her. You have Lamio. Really?
Exploring the outside world. Love it.
That's why I said I don't think her kit's gonna be. See, like, I don't think she's gonna be used. She's basically sheer force. She's Ju Fufu with sheer force.
Smart choice.
Actually. I forgot that's part of her kit. She's Ju Fufu with force. Not like we ever asked for it. It's not like we ever asked for that either. God, I know her kit's horrible.
Obliterate storm and spirit. Wonder in the near What do you see? Bronze of countless legends, elves, and dreams.
You can tell the lineups I play a lot more.
Evil shall be purged. Step in. Ta-da!
See, she's supposed to be Ju Fufu 2.0. I don't feel it. See, that's the problem with her.
Legit still. Release.
Also, the appeal of Ju Fufu is she has a ball that damages off field.
In the name of the night. Your fate is sealed.
That should kill things. That's too low even on their standards. It wouldn't be hard to beat those, the other ones.
Hello.
Color me not impressed. One person missing, and that is Yijuan. None of these make sense. See, the problem with a lot of the, like, if you do trial modes, they don't do it. See, I'll be honest, a lot of the whole, like, I get why they have these modes in this game. I have never enjoyed them. Let us choose our own. There's a reason we make our own. Technically, you could always just put Jiufufu in that spot. Which, unironically, if you were more normal, because that is the lineup for it. How much health do they give her? You fucked up your health. That's why I refuse to play these modes. If players designed their characters like this, we would never do anything. Like, if we ever designed our characters that weak, we would never, it would never work. Like, prime example, it would never work.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
Yeah, granted, defense-wise, no. Like, you never design a character to those standards.
How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it. This weather's
Like, if you
perfect for a
don't give
little
them
exploring.
20,000 or 20 something, but you have them all around the same amount. They designed them horribly.
I promise you'll love it.
Like how they say ideally to do them. No. So many characters these days.
My dream seems to have become a reality.
Like my Yatari has 3,000 attack. It's probably more than what the peak of
Where
theirs.
we go? Meeting you is the real reward. My dream seems to have become a reality.
But it's designed for rupture, though.
Hello there.
It's designed to take out rupture. Anything that's a rupture unit, it's designed to take out. I don't like time trial modes. Like, the problem is if they're asking us to functionally do that.
I'm already pretty tired.
Yeah, and whose fault was it for bringing the wrong schedule? Don't expect me to go easy on you.
You said that like
Oh,
then what about the time before those?
my head. All right, you two geniuses. Want to hear some gossip? I heard we're using the new implants we just calibrated today. I'm actually looking
New implants?
not from what I've heard.
Is it just me? Or
Think what? Belle, what's wrong?
no. Serpico, Truvia, don't go.
Looky, or could it be?
You're so afraid because you already know you're gonna kill me.
This is all because of no. I'm sorry. Serpico. We were talking about school stuff all day. No.
Hey, Bill.
Oh,
They've hinted at that there's 2 other survivors
Did you hear that?
of the academy.
let's go check it out. Sounds coming from the academy.
There are supposed to be 2 other survivors of the academy.
Long story short, I was in the middle of an experiment. You know how experiments always come. So this whole situation is just... It's really not that bad. Some of
to Norma, we should try this device.
What do we do now, Norma? See that camera up ahead? Now what, Norma? See that device on the left side of the door? You can open the door with that.
Got it. Okay, not complicated bullshit puzzles, but yeah, she blew up the basement.
Yes, it worked! These Bangbu, they're my test assistants. They got... Unfortunately, though...
There's still a risk.
That voice... Hurry!
I knew it was you.
Durandal.
Norma. Causing a huge commotion at the academy in the dead of night. I knew it was you.
This is not Durandal. Durandal, for those who do not know, is from Honkai Impact, the original Kiana. Well, technically they call it Kiana B, but her first form was Knight Excelsior. Now, what's interesting is Lady Sunbringer's design is very similar to a Kiana. See, technically, she was spotted in the characters, but I know the meme. They're using the Knight Excelsior outfit.
Secret.
Airspace Patrol and I may be used to this sort of thing, but lately tensions are high. Even being energetic is not a bad thing.
Wait, Secret. I was conducting a very serious technical adjustment. This was a pre-stress test.
Researcher Norma, you should be glad none of my patrol units are Bangbu. If they saw you messing with logic cores again, they'd start wondering whether what's inside them is a core.
Sorry. Wait, but the cause of the accident wasn't the logic core you were talking about.
And you are... Wait, ESD's transfer students? Does that
Wait, yes.
Your clarification is duly noted. Please forgive my misunderstanding. Still, while we're here, I have a bit of advice for you. Rosacaelifer is top secret, and certainly not one's unfamiliar with how things work here.
trouble we don't...
Sorry I'm late. Secret, I take full responsibility.
You don't need to apologize.
All right, Norma. We're already conducting a... Norma can be a bit unfocused.
Lady Velina, if this ends up as an interpolation at a time like this, I'll keep my people in...
Thank you. Belle, Wise, I'm sorry. That was Secret. Deputy Director of the... In a way, she's something of a legend around here. It's sort of hard...
We understand.
In simple terms, but recently, activity in Scommel Hollow has become... Because of that, people have started...
I see.
Thank you for your You're our guests.
Got it.
It's getting late.
We should speak with Norma before we head back.
See, she is basically confirmed a character. She is one of them. See, I wonder how many they will show.
Oh. Are you okay? Me? I'm fine. I'm fine. And hey, thanks for backing me up. And besides, being hated... Wait, you're hated by Bangboo? Aren't you guys... Yeah, well, announcing retirement to the Bangboo is part of our job, too. Simply put, after a certain number of service years, the Bangboo leave the island to live out the rest of their time in New Eridu, a place you're familiar with. The ones handling Rosetta data wear out faster, so their service life is even shorter. And since the entire island is classified, for them, it's basically like dying once. Can't believe there's such a harsh rule. Wiping memories like... Yeah, they've given a lot to this island. But Bangboo are simple, honest little things. And hey, it's not right now. What matters is proving a new... You guys should head back and rest. And hey, when I come by Amber Hall tomorrow morning...
So basically, yes. That's one of the reasons they actually call them the Angels of Death. Or the Dead. The Witch, the other parts.
Whoa, there it is again. Go ahead, shoot. You're my I mean, yeah, I'm... Why? Veli said an assistant needs talent. All right, all right. Ugh, guess I'm... Like I told you, retired Bangboo who leave Rosacaelifer head to New Eridu to start over. And the price they pay is... Right. Rosacaelifer's exactly. To keep the... They gave so much to the So, I have to finish the Bangboo memory filled with my chip. They'll still remember what they love, their happiest moments, and their... But if they forget Rosacaelifer, yet still remember walking around with a friend or coworker... Oh, please. Memory's like a little beaver. As long as it... You know the type. Like the... All right, Q&A's over. Hold on. One last thing. Oh, Jake? Yeah, like the... talking's too slow. broken door behind. I was stuck in. Wait, why'd you stop the? Ha! You saw what happened next. As for the rest, sneaking off to do something big, leaving a puzzle for a genius in the middle of critical research. Still, without the. I have a part of. Do you even know who's left? So, I need you. Once they're restored, more you. Wow, so me? Anyway, yes, big responsibility.
Uno.
See, among all, which means this little guy.
Uno no.
Exactly.
So I'm inadvertently finding all of these side events. Everything else I'm not trying to find.
Seems like things have finally. Did you have a night?
Have to have some content for a month.
Even though there were a few interruptions during. Is everyone up already? Better head down and check.
Morning, manager.
Val, you're up! Morning, transfer students. What time did you even go to sleep last night? I'm just not. Hurry up and get ready.
Nice.
Actually, I wanted to ask you.
How to explain this? Okay, this is just an analogy, but your condition is kind of like having a miniature hollow stuffed inside your body. The CCD has the most advanced hollow and ether detection device. They can, of course, porcelloi is essential for your treatment.
Flint Workshop.
Yeah, Flint porcelloi was originally created by their ancestors.
Damn.
And no, porcelloi isn't easy to from legendary Void Hunter weapons all the way down to the core structural framework of this floating island.
No way. Void Hunter weapons.
Sure, there are other materials involved. Anyway, enough talk. Let's get moving. Ooh, some Lady Sunbringer from the Administrative Affairs Department will be giving. We actually get to see Lady. So, interested? Then let's get going. Follow me.
Whoa.
Aw, baby. Look how smart you are. Yes, you are.
Norma, what's the speech about? I heard there's. It's not time yet. Let's take a walk around the area first.
Check that out.
There. Usually it's always collectibles. I mean, technically, it's not the most expansive area.
Whoa, above the sky. This giant bamboo's telescope isn't just aimed at the sky, but at the Rosacaelifer is.
Now, technically, this is the first time we see her in game. They already let it loose that there's 3 of them. Now, technically, there's a rumor she's the first dragon type. But her actual model is similar to her Ashura Flame Scion. Basically, she's Kiana coded. She's been that way since her first model appeared in game, or anything.
Guardians of Rosacaelifer. Ever since the creator, not long ago, Rosetta data came under heavy disruption. Now, for that, you have my deepest gratitude.
But that victory did not come without a... We lost several... Their sacrifice. For a long time, what we face now is not a war we can win without... And because of that, Rosacaelifer, the 5 central, the first group of collaborators in the city, will set foot on Rosacaelifer before the completion anniversary.
So that means...
This change is probably why we were allowed on the island.
I ask that all departments meet this collaboration with the same unity of purpose and resolve.
She's being described as Cecilia with... She's being designed... If you look at her personality, because we've already seen all of these characters. They're listed amongst the stuff. She's like Bernice mixed with Cecilia. But she has like another. Whatever her archetype kind of has that. Of course, that's the Durandal coded. I want to say that a couple of these
The
are.
lighthouse still stands, and from here on, its light will reach...
But this might be the Lady Sunbringer model we get. But I'm going to be very curious. Because when her kit probably won't be released until 5, probably. We'll get probably Ramiel before that.
When you first mentioned the creator, I thought you were messing with me.
Well, yeah, Rose...
Belle, what did you think?
I keep thinking about what she said.
Yeah, same here.
I think I heard Veli mention it before. Something about city...
Tops?
Their higher-ups obviously know this place exists. But since Rosacaelifer has always worked with the city administration, all they can do... Since ESD is technically part of the city administration, Veli's got a bit of a headache now that they're Anyway, let's talk about... Let's go! It's time... Let's head inside through the main entrance first.
Nothing good ever comes when dealing with tops, to be honest.
He is right in there.
That's actually God honest truth.
What a gorgeous lobby. Head further in and you'll reach the CCD. The CCD is right behind. Veli is waiting for you. Thanks, Norma. Your voice dropped. Are you nervous?
Stop!
Protecting Belle is... Alright, you two really have... Belle, Wise.
Why are you whispering?
Yeah, exactly. What's so secret that we... Shh! This involves highly classified intel. According to Article 37 of the ESD Extended Security Guidelines, any emotion shall be apprehended and neutralized. What kind... Being too tense isn't good for your treatment. Whenever Bangu get nervous, their logic cores... I'll let you in on a little. And I actually found records in the archives showing Rosacaelifer supplied Porceloy and assisted Helios Academy with treatments. Wait, are these... Bingo! Too bad. But one thing's for sure.
That back there. Could someone here have been keeping an eye on Bell's?
Ladies, if we ever get the chance to keep it down. That's all I can say right now. I don't know what got you guys so hyped just now, but as long as you're in Rosacaelifer. Oh, whatever you guys ask her later.
Thanks, Norma.
It's nothing. All right, I need to.
Let's go, Belle.
Coming.
Look. Cecilia can stab. Billy can go fall off a
So
cliff.
This is the legendary CCD. I see Velina.
Lady Velina, I'll leave this part of the treatment to you. No problem. That's what I'm here for. Ah, they've arrived.
That's
All right,
not
everyone.
Dr. Mobius.
Welcome to the Rosacaelifer Central Computing Department. Next to me is Cora, who oversees the facility. Hello, everyone. All preparations for the treatment are complete. Good news, Belle. After a full evaluation, it was decided that, to ensure the best possible outcome, today's treatment will be conducted personally by Lady Sunbringer herself.
Wait, what? I can't believe we're getting a chance to meet Lady Sunbringer this soon. Oh? Who's in such a hurry to see me? Looks like this patient is a lot more lively than I expected. That makes things easier. And you are? Whose kid is it?
This is Lady Sunbringer.
Lady Sunbringer?
Turned into a child.
Lady Sunbringer was a cool and imposing young woman just a few minutes ago, and now she's suddenly a little girl? Is this the power of a first-generation point hunter?
They kind of let this secret out very early. But a lot of the theories is potentially why she did it.
Looks like you've mistaken me and Eldrada for the same person. You're...
I think I know where the misunderstanding came from. Norma must have forgotten to mention a crucial detail. Norma's been on Sky Island for so long that she's completely used to the fact that there are 3 Lady Sunbringers here.
What? That's right. I'm Dracena Sunbringer. The other 2 are Linvern and Eldrada. The original Sunbringer really was just one person, but a long, long time ago, she split herself into the 3 of us.
You can actually do something?
Sunbringer's true form is an intelligent construct, after all. I see.
Truly the pride of our...
Starlight... never mind that. Well, I actually have no idea. Even though all 3 of us are Sunbringers, we didn't all inherit the past memories. Out of the 3 of us, Eldrada probably knows the most. Oh, she's the one, if you're curious about that. Judging from how formidable that Lady Sunbringer's... Not at all. That me only... And what about the 3rd Lady Sunbringer? Linvern recently went to Virium to calibrate her equipment. Oh, that's where Flint Workshop is. I think I heard someone mention it before. I see.
Understood. Rosacaelifer's operations mainly rely on the 5 central departments. The Core 3, the Administrative Affairs Department, the Central Computing Department, and the Airspace Patrol Department are each led by a different Lady Sunbringer. Lady Eldrada runs the Administrative Affairs Department, handling policies, interdepartment coordination, and final decision-making. Lady Dracena heads the Central Computing Department, managing all matters related to Rosetta data. And Lady Linvern commands the Airspace Patrol Department, securing Rosacaelifer and the surrounding skies. As for the remaining 2, Flint Workshop and the External Strategy Department, they serve as support and are jointly managed by all 3 ladies. Flint Workshop drives our porcelloid tech, handling the R&D and production of porcelloid products. At At the External Strategy Department, we connect Rosacaelifer with New Eridu, while providing technical support for Bangbu. And aside from the Central 5 department...
At first I thought this place was just full of I'm starting to get why Lady Sunbringer split herself. Maybe that really is that we do have our own deputies. Take Cora, for example. She's my deputy. And honestly, she knows a lot more about the CCD than I do.
I'll thank my lucky stars if Lady Dracena just finishes reading the report.
Hey, that's so mean. Now that we've all gotten to know each other, Velina, take everyone to the treatment.
Yes, Lady Dracena.
All right, guys. I'm heading...
Follow me. The treatment room's this way.
Lady Velina?
It's a Tree situation. I'm pretty sure. Then again, they went the Tree route with it because I think they initially meant to make her one. I think they meant to make her. See, technically, we've had. But she was hinted at in the pre-marketing.
You might get locked now. Let us be off.
By the way, she was hinted at in the pre-marketing. It's pretty much the same like Ramiel. Ramiel was basically said the same too.
Lady Dracena's already arrived. There you are. Everything's... As far as I know, Belle lost control of her powers not... Okay. I've been trying my best. After that, I blacked out. The implants in your eyes...
I knew it.
Technically, you came in contact with Ramiel's weapon.
You've got the exact same... Because you never had full control over the implants, the large amount of ether threw the balance of power inside your body out of sync.
Then again, they're also dumping the whole... They're almost hinting at the build-up to Helios Academy, but not quite. Because if Lady Sunbringer is an intelligent construct, the theory is she was a dragon fire. See, Ramiel being an angel hunting Lucifer. The idea is it would be these possibilities. Because a lot of it is both whatever sibling you choose, you should be suffering from the same condition. By the God damn it. I wish not being sick off for anybody. Oh, fuck.
And the moment you came into contact with that Void Hunter weapon, the balance completely collapsed. The power
Yeah.
inside the implants
Sorry, I'm
controlled
back.
your
Good.
body.
See, the problem is, okay, so if the students had impact, see, this is why I'm very familiar with it. Because the idea is whatever has happened at Helios Academy, when it goes back to all the fall of New Eridu, or the fall of the old capital. God, I hate being sick. I've been getting over being sick for like 2 weeks. I'm dying. So the context, the theory is that the context, because they hinted at it at the end of season 1, it's the reason why we survive being blown up by sacrifice or the hand that is the sacrifice or whatever happened to the officer at the beginning into season 1. The end of season 2, we had this thing where we came in contact with a Void Hunter weapon, which was Ramiel's weapon. Now, the idea is Phaethon itself is a hint of the Greek myth, but it is also implied that we were going to be a weapon or a tool used by Tops. Because what we know, and this is unless they change the lore, Helios Academy was destroyed by one of the giant sacrifice hands, along with the fall of the old capital. Now, if it's implied that... See, there's that big gap that a lot of the stuff goes back to the fall of New Eridu, or the old capital, which has been the big deal. So, like, the contacts in the eyes. Now, I'm pretty sure it's lore they're running with now, but it's been hinted at for a while.
So, we'll still need to rely on porcelloi. Not only is it extremely effective, the healing pod you're about to hop into is built with a large amount of porcelloi. It'll create a stable environment for you. Now that you don't have to worry about losing control, you can focus on calming those unstable... That all makes sense, but is it gonna hurt? Because when Bill went berserk... No worries, I'm not that... Relax, we'll take it...
Because if one twin has it, one of the siblings have it, both should have it.
Free food and a place to stay here in Rosacaelifer? That's... Belle, you can go ahead and... Oh, and before that... Lady Sunbringer, truth is, if I recall correctly, this isn't the first time I've lost control.
Well, at the time at the end of 2.5, there's where your skin goes gold.
The first time was back at Helios Academy. But honestly, my memory of that is still a complete blur. Oh, right. You're right. You did go through something similar back then. And Rosacaelifer provided the porcelloi used for your treatment as well. But Eldrada was the one who personally handled the treatment at Helios Academy. If you want the full paper trail, it looks like you've got another excuse to track down...
Thanks for pointing us in the right...
You're most welcome.
Yeah, see, that's the weird part. Because if they do what the MiHoYo thing is, and I hate to say this, let's go with the idea that you're extending Honkai Impact story out by 4 years? 5 years? 3 years they get really serious by the 3rd year, but by the... It wasn't they address the auto-apocalypse storyline until... about, what was it, year 5, I believe. Genshin, unironically, is going on year 7 without an explanation of their story. But the final part to... I think you have to go back and look that up, because Honkai Impact was So 3, they killed Himiko. You had about a year or 2 of fill-in. Then they announced APHO, which was about 7 years off. So it was about year 6. But they held off on the Hereshura finality, but they did change it. Like right before they... Actually, I have to go look when they did that one. So roughly like a 5-year plan isn't something unusual for MiHoYo. Because Genshin's on year 7 and we're not even to Snezhnaya. I mean, they still got one more after that. And all indicators is Snezhnaya is going to come out later this year finally. But hell, that'll be a long shot even by then. Because I don't think that's the end of Genshin's story either. Because they've added fluff since then. Because it's like just like this game. They've been adding lore through it, but they also do the heavy-handed thing that Honkai Impact did. There's pre-lore stuff you learn through the side activities that's not stated in the main, that's in the dialogue. But the idea is, like, technically there's 3 AI. Because there's still, like, yokai out there we know is one. Fairy's just one of them. I called that long ago. But there's also 3 big, giant, more ethereals, too. Probably we know of.
The treatment room's through there. Go ahead, Belle.
Like, they're going to ignore entirely the Eos here was the first Bang Boo ever created, by the way. How are you just going to ignore that?
Relax. Everything's going to be fine.
I wonder if they know that's the case.
Belle, ready?
System online. Identity confirmed. Faith in. Calibration complete.
Connection stable. Neural interface sync rate at 98.7%. You're in, Belle.
Next, we'll begin the energy stability test. All you need to do is follow our instructions and operate every virtual device in the simulation at the end of each test phase. Doesn't sound too difficult. The interactive equipment you're seeing. All right, let's get started.
Begin phase 1 testing.
Belle, can you hear me? Come to me. First, we'll be testing your put simply. See that thing up ahead that looks like it's focus on it. And here, focus on the drone. Next, carefully proceed along the outlined path. Maintain your focus and endure the discomfort from the ether. See that device up ahead? Channel your mind to it.
Like, the idea is, yes, you get. But there's also something, too. They said Helios. That Helios is a weapon, too.
Do you feel all right? Prepare yourself for the next test. Seems easier than I thought. Belle, the second test is next. focus on the drone.
Sadly, these are.
Barrier ahead. Can you feel the ether on it? Try shutting down the barrier. Well done. You succeeded. All phase 1 tests are complete. Can you continue? We can proceed to the subsequent test site. Sorry, did you just say something? No?
Because there's the idea of what is Helios.
Is this okay, Lady Sunbringer? Lady Dracena? Hello? Can you hear me? Huh? This is... Wait. I can't tell... I should head home. I knew you were the best. Huh? Who's she talking to? She looks so excited. Huh? Is that... Why don't you pick one too, Proxy? Who is that?
Helios.
Nakomata? No. Impossible. This can't be real. I would never hurt my friends. Stop showing me all this. I need to get away. Wise? How did you... No.
See, they have to explain Helios.
Phaethon, you didn't expect we'd meet again like this, did you? It's been a while. You haven't changed in the slightest. But who would have thought? If I didn't force this meeting, your first instinct would be to continue denying my existence and keep hiding in your comfortable little illusion. What? You won't even say hello? But we have so much to talk about.
See, if they do the big lore dump, this.
Your life, they locked me in here after that day. Carol and the others made sure of it.
Interesting.
But you know as well as I do that the one who wanted me trapped here forever the most was you. Because I killed your most precious partner. I destroyed your dream.
See, this is the idea of Phaethon is by Greek mythology flew too close to the sun.
You and your brother both chose to believe it. But after the Bringer incident, you'd already sensed my presence.
Yes. Yeah, see. Because after the Bringer incident, it was definitely after the Yezhuang incident as well. No.
So tell me, Phaethon, just how much longer are you planning to keep running? All this time, you've naively believed that as long as you used my power with enough restraint, the tragedy at Helios wouldn't repeat itself. You convinced yourself you'd said goodbye to the past. You told yourself those sins, that ugly history you despise, could never catch up to you again. But you know as well as I do, those painful memories, they've never gone anywhere. They've been there, right behind you all along, eroding everything you have.
The idea is the being is Helios. It's been kinda hinted at. At least that's the rumor with the test server. And it's basically the price too that even Tops knows about the incident.
Such loyal companions. They faced my flames and didn't flinch. What a shame they have no idea what awaits them.
I won't let you hurt them. I'll never let that happen again.
What? Are you planning to spend your whole life here just to keep me trapped? Fine. Time means nothing to me anyway. I can wait. And when you show the slightest crack in your resolve, I'll take over your body with the greatest of ease. And I'll make you watch. Watch everything you treasure dragged into a fire of despair and burned into ash. Just like last time.
See, the incident at Helios Academy.
Back then, the one who ruined everything, the one who got Serpico killed, wasn't you. It was me. It was me, thinking I could make our teacher proud. It was me who thought I could fulfill Helios' ambition. It was me who even believed I could reach out and grasp the sun with these hands. But in the end, these hands couldn't even hold your reins. I mistook determination for ability, and my naive conviction. I thought I had what it took to change the world. And because of that, because of me, Serpico died in that experiment.
Are you trying to absolve me?
Well, that fits with the lore of Phaethon.
I know you're dangerous. I know destruction is in your nature. But even so, I can't put all the blame on you. You're right. All these years, even if my brother and I never spoke about what happened, we were never free of it. It was always there.
That's why I don't spoil myself on
I really
the majority of the story.
from facing that You are not my excuse or my scapegoat.
Don't you think it's a little too late to be saying all this now?
Yeah. It's already too late. My brother and I have carried this burden for so many years. And we've dragged our friends into danger too. And it also left you, who once chose me, consumed by resentment, growing ever deeper in the darkness. But at the very least, I can decide this. From now on, I won't let you, or my brother, or anyone else pay the price for me. Once, I let go because I was afraid. But now, whether you still choose me or not, I'm taking hold of your reins, because it's my duty. I will subdue you!
Tame me? You sure talk big. You, of all people, coward. With that pathetic willpower. All right. Go ahead and give it a try. If you're ready to face the consequences of failure.
It's a pretty big lore drop for... I can only imagine what's gonna happen within the next 4.
Guess you got some backbone after all. The name Heroics. I'll leave it to you. For now. But my flames will never die out.
Where am I?
That goes with the credence. There's something with the eye implants. There was something that was known a very long time ago. It flashes with the Void Hunter signal. So basically, what is akin to it is that you have to remember Void Hunters are not just powerful because of weapons, they are powerful because of their abilities. Both the siblings both have those implants. No. There was a theory that they were basically void because they flash with the Void Hunter sigil.
Bill, you're sweating buckets. How are you holding? Sorry for making you guys worry.
We were supposed to pull your test data after the first phase, but Lady Sunbringer...
As expected of Helios's legacy, after the incident, we were fully prepared to use porcelain to seal off the leaking energy. But, strangely enough, it never came to that. Instead, your brain activity suddenly became abnormally active. Yeah, you're right. Back there, I was trapped? It looked more like you were the one trapping them. Either way, you still made direct contact with that power, right? So, Belle, you... No, we just talked things out. I'm never letting them hurt any... Wait, so... Belle? Not completely. Oh dear. We used way more than I estimated. That's almost double the expected amount, isn't it? Clarette's gonna think I lied to her earlier.
Wait, what? The manager absorbed all that porcelain? Uh-oh. Don't tell me the manager's gonna turn into an intelligent construct too!
No, nothing like that, so don't panic. Technically, she wasn't the one who soaked up all that porcelain. It was the power inside her body. Velina, could you come with me to the training room and get everything ready before we continue the treatment?
Oh? You really...
Yeah, we've definitely skipped a few steps. But given the situation, our best play is getting her to project her power outward and form a controllable etheric other. Of course, she'll also need a sparring partner with real combat experience to help her train. This is the ether level limiter. Just think of it as I don't expect any problems from here on out, but if something does go wrong, as for who's gonna be your sparring...
Lady Sunbringer, how about me?
See, technically the intelligent construct idea has only been within the last 5 chapters. They've hinted at that the AIs are more intelligent than they are. Because even in the first thing in the game, they hint at 3 mega AIs. We've seen 2 of them. Yokai's the other. Now works with Tops.
Wise, I really scared you back.
You've scared me plenty of times, so... You said you, talked to that...
Yeah, we talked about...
Well...
Yeah, that day, what was supposed to be a routine test turned into an implant activation trial. It was completely new territory. So Sir Pico and I, but that's when everything went wrong. The lab couldn't contain the newly awakened power in the 4 of us. Except for Sir Pico. The 3 of us, Sir Pico only did it to... Whether it was a careless mistake, we lost one of our closest friends because of the accident. We didn't know how...
Yeah.
That's a lot to dig in.
It's time for us.
Because a lot of it goes back to the lore before 1.0.
For ourselves, let me carry this weight.
Then I'll carry it with you. Regardless of what the future holds.
Yeah. Let's go, Wise. Time to head out.
Because the actual idea that, yeah, Phaethon is Greek, you fly too close to the sun, basically.
Val, to prevent the port...
Once you're ready, we can head... Wow! There's so much space in here!
Val, Billy, do you copy?
Everything feels normal. Good. Then let's move on.
I never thought I'd get the chance.
Hey, Billy! Honestly, I'm more worried about Billy.
Manager, that's all in the...
Billy, I'm leaving.
Belle, let's get started.
The thing is, they've hinted at this form for a while. Like it with 3.0, they were testing it before this particular form. Which is, I mean, it's not the worst kept secret anytime they do something.
Take your time. I'll stay just like this for now.
Alrighty. Watch out. Here I come. Pyro is so different. I can clearly sense their presence. It's like I have another perspective in my head. But I can get used to it. Scorching sun!
manager. Now it's time I get serious.
So you weren't even trying before? Wait, you want me to fight you, the former champion? For real?
Such a satisfying fight! The ground itself seems to be shaking! Whoa! What's going on? The ground's shaking!
Bad.
What was that shaking just...
Do you copy? We've got an unidentified emergency. The CCD's power system took a hit.
What? A blackout?
Attention all CCD personnel. To ensure the safe operation
There's still
of
some
our
aftershocks.
department, please return
I
to
hope
your
everything...
workstations immediately.
Bill! Felina just said if the training room loses power, you guys might get locked in for a long...
I know I don't need...
Lady Sunbringer? Looks like something went out of control. The energy hub sits right next... The energy hub?
Yes, I tried reaching.
Little Norma didn't get herself trapped in there, did she?
Sorry to cut in, folks. Lady Dracena, after switching to Emergency Protocol 73, the Core Computing Division is back up to 90...
I understand now. Felina, I'm worried about Norma.
Lady Velina, airspace...
Thanks, Cora. You're alive. Lady Dracena, thank you again.
We can't thank you enough. No need to thank me.
Velina.
All right, let's go assess.
Announcement. Citizens, due to an energy supply issue affecting the energy...
Deputy Director Sigrid, we've got an answer.
He's a horse.
And this option.
I figured she was a horse tyrant.
The projection said with Lady Linvern and...
God, why would you do that to her?
Plus, if any...
Get it? Night.
Guess things aren't looking too...
That's a lot.
Good lord.
Manager's right.
I don't like that fate for Durandal. I was just hoping for a normal Durandal.
From everything we've heard so, Felina, I'm a very... Yeah! Wise? It's like finding an egg when you're...
Understood. And from the ESD's perspective... I believe this is our best option right now.
I won't deny it. You could
I understand your concerns. But extreme situations call. Right now, we are all...
Very well. The ESD can... We're short on time.
I'll head back to Amber Hall then, but...
Each area's safety index.
See, I get why they did the whole... They're gonna make her a horse girl, but... okay. So... It's actually the first time we actually... Okay. I'm not saying this is the first time...
What did you mean just now when you said the situation in the energy hub is special?
It's a hollow phenomenon unique to this area.
This is what everyone's listening to these days? Guess my taste just can't keep up anymore.
So the idea that, well, I mean, they reuse characters all the damn time, but be the first time in a while.
We can't fall behind either.
Days my we did make her a horse tyrant. Why did you have to do that? Why did you have to do that? I mean that. She didn't deserve that. I mean, technically. See, she's probably gonna be physical too. Like, but they make her a horse tyrant, which I mean has not been a horse tyrant.
Perfect time to make the best use of them. You guys
But
will head
a knight
Sounds reasonable to me.
is a joke, but yes.
No objections here either.
Excellent. The ether environment and the energy. Simply put,
But she's probably gonna be physical, all honesty.
Sounds like this so-called...
that's one way to think. In the past, Skamo Hollow was relatively stable. So singularity leaked, but ever since the
Right.
But I'll be honest, it's like the first time Durandal's been outside of Honkai Impact. Even though over there you have like 5 versions of Durandal. To be honest. They brought her back like back to the fold. They brought her back. But yeah. I mean, what? You got Lady Sunbringer who looks like Kiana. You got a Durandal. Makes sense.
You must. Oh, whoa. Your concentration here is so high. It's almost like.
Sadly, we already did. Well,
Everyone, remain vigilant. All right, let's.
This real.
Hold up! Your weird date. Wait! Look over there!
Didn't expect we'd hit.
Guys?
Huh? Belle can't do it either. Hi, Rois? What's wrong? Hi, Rois? What are you... Didn't expect this would be our way forward.
Not good, manager! We're gonna...
That was close. Wait, why is this place so high up?
Manager! We're going way too fast!
we got spoil in this too.
We're almost at the platform, everyone. Just hang on a little longer.
See, this is the open area. I guess being restored.
Pyrois, I know you're looking at us like we're a total drag.
Finally feeling recovered. So...
I mean, you're not wrong, but...
It felt like some kind of abnormal space. Things got a little chaotic.
What? We gotta ride that same... That's a bamboo!
Let's hurry over and check.
Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel.
It's coming from behind the door.
This is probably the worst thing to have. First character to be facing in a storage room.
Yes, let's give...
What kind of nonsense was that? Don't tell me that... Relax. Hey, excuse you. The great Cecilia just burned through precious energy, saving your life.
Forget it, Cecilia. The corruption's already got them, so let's not push them any... Although, it's a real shame. Still, thank you for your final
Didn't think we'd wrap that up. That was terrifying. The way Velina talked just now was terrifying. She sounded exactly like...
Pretty sure Velina would...
Relax. I have no intention of sending you to the lab. Believe me, the ESD... I've already sent your location to the airspace... All right, everyone. Now that we know... And the shiny fisher they mentioned was
Master, please keep moving.
The ether concentration seems to be getting higher. Is that the singularity?
So this is the open area. Wi-Fi had one. Why wouldn't this area have one?
We should help the bamboo out of this mess first. Time to end this. Take this. Everyone, stay back.
Well, what do we do now? Should we take another route? Yeah. Let's not rush. What are you...
This could be a problem.
That fisher was right behind us a second...
That's the tricky part about singularity leakages. The moment you...
Pyrois, why'd you approach the singularity leakage? I was literally thinking... You never shut up when you were in my head. Hold on. Are you trying to tell me something? Hear me out, guys. I think I figured something out. Where we are right now is basically a hollow. If the singularity leakage brought us here, then, in theory...
That's right, Belle. Very, you're...
Analyzing data.
It's just like the original proxy. It's still alive. He's inside of a hollow.
Thanks, Wise. I got the coordinates. Let's...
Hey! We can get through now! just like that, the exit vanished without a trace.
Belle, how did you do that?
This thing. It's a lot like the fissures inside the hollow. Only... how do I put it? It feels more like an unfinished version. When we went in, it felt like sprinting downhill. Coming back felt like climbing uphill. It probably just doesn't have enough energy to send us back out on its own. So I guessed that by combining the etheric other's power with Yunque's summit techniques, I could inject enough ether into that singularity to change its state.
Honestly, I didn't understand a single word of that. But basically, you're super talented and can do stuff nobody else can, right?
Or either that we're special, but we're still a weapon.
Sorry, I misjudged you before. You knew we could resolve the singularity leakage, and that's why you let us in, wasn't it?
This power goes far beyond that.
What are you trying to say?
There they go again, acting all cool and mysterious. Won't say a single
Well,
word,
technically, that's
even though we
part
all
of
know
it.
they can talk.
So stinky.
In any case, it seems we no longer need to worry about the singularity leakage.
Honestly, that went a lot smoother than I expected.
Another little bang boo? What's wrong? You're not gonna fight us like the others, are you?
This is one of the ESD Bangbu who was assisting Norma with today's test. Luca, why aren't you with Norma? We're not far from them. Let's go find them right away.
Let me go back and see if it's there. You know, I'm more insulted. They tried to give him Himiko Vermilion skills with almost that, and I am not.
Finally found Norma. Little Bangbu, find somewhere to hide. Leave her hiding to us.
No, I cannot believe they wasted. Yeah, I have a complaint personally against that form. They wasted. So, look, at least with Morbica, right? They don't mess with it. Like, they made it useful and made it cool. No, I disagree.
Is that Norma? To find you, duh. This connection. Oh, right!
Norma, are you hurt?
Nah, I'm all good. Haven't even had to fight that much.
Oh, I almost forgot. The gate on your side is busted right now, so it won't open You'll need to fix it first.
All right, manager, you're up.
Connect to the cameras using the terminals first. The door's open. Time to head over to Norma.
No.
I'd better run a few checks.
Norma's just trying to help you.
How are the Bangbu doing? Whoa, you guys got here.
Lady Velina.
Director Edward, we're here.
Oh, that's a relief. It's kind of like someone with naturally high wait, no, I'm so sorry. That came out all wrong. The ESD is just swapping out the Bangbu's logic cores.
What?
For their own safety.
It's all right. I'll prove to everyone that the logic cores are perfectly safe. We can't have the little Bangbu freaking out. But before that, the Bangbu here really need a full checkup.
All right then, let's compare notes first.
I was planning to head back up first and report in.
Pretty much the same on my end. It was before the whole island started
Which means the source of the singularity.
Calling dispatch. Come in, dispatch. This is Shuyu Pillar 3. Anyone copy?
Sigrid, we're here.
Lady Velina? Perfect. Things are going pretty smooth on my end. With you all stationed in the control room, so we finished our initial investigation. Looks like the tremors caused Shuyu Pillar 3 and 4 to overload and shut down. If we want to fully restore operations, we've already restarted Shuyu Pillar 3.
Looking at the map, Shuyu Pillar 4.
In that case, we'll just have to be the one.
My thoughts exactly.
Very
All right, let's get moving.
But like Sigrid said, Billy, Cecilia, could you two...
Makes sense.
Wow, Velina! I'm kind of worried about Belle, though. She has to go with you guys.
Yes, Belle's absolutely essential.
All right, let's get moving. All right, once we fix the Shoryu pillar, we can send everyone back.
I don't know how I feel about Norma. Technically, she's going to be the next one. If you're just a Jufufu with sheer force, I don't know what to say. Because it's not like sheer force is great right now. I kind of forgot that. That's actually what's supposed to be her ability. But it's not like it's the greatest.
Affirmative. Master's plan is viable.
Like, to be honest, she's not terrible. It's like she controls little constructs. It's not an original playstyle either. They're like little miniature towers. She might, again, I just wish she did. Like, honestly, I just wish she didn't come at the fucking cost right around. God, Velina is, like, Velina was enough for me. Like, no offense. Don't complain about costs, but like, but I don't exactly have. Look, if I complain anything, it's like, just look. I haven't lost a 50-50 in this game in a while.
This area's been quite heavily damaged. Bell, to restore its other isn't putting too much strain on me. Don't overdo it, then. Nothing more.
There's a ton of corrupted mechs up ahead. Looks like I need to optimize the corruption resistance of these mechs.
I mean, she has a off the field missile effects, but again, that's the weight. Not a must.
The wind scatters past, and you are next. We're approaching the terminal.
Copy that. Dispatch station is ready.
get the bamboo on the elevator? Leave it to us. Belly? Bell? I keep thinking about what Edward said earlier. The source of victims from the previous incident, the ether concentration down there is high.
What do you think, Belle?
I'm with Norma.
Relax. We're trying.
Simon?
It's the energy boo who worked.
Don't worry. Of course.
I'm not sure. See, the problem is,
Relax.
I mean, granted, even 4 point.
Bamboo aren't like you.
Really? Today's the first time I've seen.
Honestly, if she wasn't sheer force, it'd be better.
Let's take the elevator.
Because her inherent issue but being a sheer force Jew fufu is not the greatest place to be.
Next, we'll search for the...
It's probably a really bad place to be as a character. Barring any kind of...
Edward's work site is quite far from here.
But there's a meta shift at some point. Sheer force comes back, then yeah, I could see her being used. Basically. I mean, good animations, good to character design, but the problem is if you're just a sheer force Jew fufu with artillery, I don't know what to say. That's basically what you are. Though she does not functionally do the same. Didn't realize she had idle animations. Almost everyone has idle animations. It's just a question of what.
Watch out! Get to cover now!
This thing's scary. Music's the flying Snap out of it! The singularity linkage. That neck. Looks like it's been hit pretty hard by the corruption. No way! This thing can shapeshift?
No shit.
I've been meaning to ask. What exactly
I wonder where the this boss. You wonder where the thing before it comes from.
But Nelly said it was too dangerous for the bamboo, so we switched to an autonomous one. You think it's too dangerous even as an autonomous mech? Feel the blade with me! Restrain! Double firepower!
It was farming, because you have to farm this for the materials for her. So, scary, but it ain't scary at all.
Changing forms, did it?
I kinda got some ideas halfway through, so I just threw them in. Laura's tech skills are terrifying. Thank you.
No. I'm not saying I don't get Norma's mechanic, but it's gonna be unique too. It's also out of place heavily. She comes along at a very bad time. Considering if you have to pull for the other one, you probably pull her later on. But then again, she's sheer force.
Norma, the ether concentration around here has dropped quite a bit. Let's get an
No problem. I always carry a local ether concentration scanner on me. I even upgraded it myself. Cut the margin of. Let me see.
which means this whole event should...
Yeah, which is good news. But tracking down the singularity leak, since it's been so long since the singularity leakage happened, there aren't many traces left at the scene. Otherwise, we might have been able to...
Hold up. Look over there.
Is that... It's an energy boo. Wait, don't tell me this is Simon. He's in bad shape. His logic core voltage is down to 2 volts. I'm good. There's so much corruption.
If it's this bad...
Too late. So this bamboo is already dead? Meaning this... the ESD and Norma were already under a ton of pressure. Is this just gonna... Hold up! This logic core is totally fried, but there's still data in the audio cache.
Romeo.
Velly? Do you think that... I'm sorry.
All right, you two. Don't let your emotions get the bell. You've worked...
It has to deal with Romeo.
How are things on your side?
Basically.
Someone suspicious just showed up at the academy.
Pardon my forwardness, but your hair is...
Manager, I think you guys should probably just come home.
That voice...
it must be about the energy. My apologies, Belle.
It's okay, I'm not tired. Don't worry. Carinus may be trouble, but he wouldn't do anything to... No, actually...
In that case, we should head...
But you don't see the small bamboo, like the weird parts. You have the larger ones.
Forget your troubles. New face. Welcome to True Blues.
That's a little sad.
Oh, come now. That's not how it adds up.
Oh, they're over there.
Please rest assured, I hold the... Though you are guests in Rosacaelifer, as a representative of the Administrative Affairs Department, my duty is to pass along...
Ah, alright, I get it. Oh my.
We have indeed been informed of your assistance in rescuing the bamboo trapped in the energy hub. But that's not what we're here to discuss.
Sorry we're late. Billy, Cecilia. I heard the bamboo from the energy.
Got it, manager.
Huh? Well,
Alright, we're off then. We'll leave
ESD.
See ya.
You must be the distinct...
Lord Carinus also serves as Lady Eldrada's second in command.
Good timing.
hello. So that means this person, who doesn't look much older than me, is the second in command of Lady...
Lady Velina, I trust there is no need to avoid discussing the purpose of my visit. Allow me to be brief. At present, more than half of Buastrom's residents are already aware that there have been new victims. Just moments ago, the Bangbu representatives formally submitted a request to to the Administrative Affairs Department, calling for an interpellation with the External Strategy Department to thoroughly investigate.
It seems Lady Eldreda has...
For an interpellation of the 5 central departments, protocol dictates that it cannot be decided by Lady Eldreda alone. Therefore, Sigrid and I have come to convey the joint decision.
At present, there is no evidence linking the Bangbu's deaths to the framework updates to their logic course.
Lady Velina, I am also personally inclined to trust Miss Norma and the ESD's technical expertise. Moreover, all the victims were Bangbu who had their logic chips replaced. It's hard to believe that's a mere coincidence. As you all know, Bangbu make up over 60% of Rosacaelifer's population. Their sentiment affects the stability of the... Beyond that, with Scommel Hollow currently under the Creator's influence, we also need to take into account the safety and status of certain Bangbu, such as... If they begin experiencing such issues, Miss Norma, you are our pillar in Bangbu.
Okay.
Just as Karinus said, this is the order we personally... I am deeply grateful for your assistance with the Energy Hub incident. However, given the current situation, the Bangbu's demands are not
Right. There's one more thing. The Bangbu actually made another inquiry today. About you.
Huh?
Quite a few Bangbu believe that the ESD seems to be prioritizing the mayor's orders over their safety. Because of the conflict between the city administration and TOPS, Rosacaelifer has been forced to remain hidden, and the Bangbu have had to pay the price, with their memories, for a long time. We cannot...
I understand.
But Belly...
Please rest assured, both of you. On behalf of the external strategy...
As expected of you, Lady Velina.
I trust you'll provide every...
What's Lady Dracena doing here?
Sounds more like nonsense, but then again.
Excuse me, everyone.
Lady Dracena, we weren't...
Oh, no need to be so nervous. Thank you for bringing Simon back. Otherwise, that little one would have been left all alone as for the interpolation Karinus mentioned. Please, let me clarify. It is not meant to blame...
I understand.
I completely trust that there are no issues with Norma's lot. Lady Dracena, Bangbu or York, no. Even parents can't fully Besides, to me... So they have ideas of their own, and I respect that. Bangbu technology has evolved so much. But there is one thing I can still tell you. If the External Strategy Department fails to convince everyone at the Bangbu logic cores will most likely all be rolled back. Like, no! So that's why you wanted to update the Bangbu's logic core architecture. It was because if Bangbu lives are at risk. Also, Belle, I'm sorry. Do you mean my treat?
In the worst case scenario, you might be sent back. But I will make sure that doesn't happen.
Velina, you're as sharp and composed as ever. With you around, I have full trust in the ESD.
What convenience.
Flatter me.
Alright, that's all I wanted to say. As I said before, I've never doubted... Valley, 3 days isn't enough! You won't be able to put Bangbu's logic core consists of 8 units, each requiring at least 3 rounds of testing. The data then has to be verified twice, and if the I know a bit about this tech...
Norma, just follow your usual workflow.
But we only have 3...
Calm down, just like we agreed. You handled...
Belly, then... I'll be right home. Sorry, Belly. Belle, I need...
It's all right. Go ahead.
Velina, what was that solution you mentioned earlier? Can you get the interpolation postponed?
The schedule was set by Lady Sunbringer herself. Changing it would be difficult. However, if we can't solve the problem, we may as well appease those who raised it. At the interpolation, voting rights extend beyond the 5 central departments. Secondary administrative organizations of Rosacaelifer, like the Merchant Association and the Energy Management Center, also have a say. We may not be able to control the outcome, but I do happen to have a rather substantial collection of leaks caused by certain people's negligence. Within acceptable bounds, I can use them as leverage, make a few strategic concessions. That should be enough to get us through the first round of the interpolation and buy Norma some time.
So that's the plan? But if we do that, won't the Bangbu...
I know, but at the moment, this is the only option we have. I'm sorry if that disappoints you.
No.
I mean, saying that the Bangbu are fucking humans that are like really.
I'm not like Norma. She truly cares about the Bangbu. The External Strategy Department may be one of this Sky Island's departments, but its core personnel are appointed by the city administration. In truth, we are an extension of their authority. Carinus was right. As head of the ESD and a representative of the city administration, I need to prioritize preserving our position here in Rosacaelifer over the feelings of the Bangbu. Tops has their eyes locked on this place, like jackals circling their prey. The moment the ESD takes even one hit, the whole game could flip on its head. Rosacaelifer can't afford to take this risk. I'll never let it happen.
Then again, we want to know what
You have my
tops.
word. I'll do everything I can to protect you and Norma.
They usually need about
I'd like to ask something of you.
4
Please,
months to
help her.
cook on a story. 3, about you get about the idea.
At best, all I can do is buy time. What the interpolation truly needs, only she can deliver. But that burden is far too heavy for her to carry alone.
Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help Norma. First thing tomorrow, I'm going to find her and see what I can do.
Thank you. It's getting late, and today's been eventful enough. You should get some rest. Good night, Belle. I'll be away from the department tonight, and I may not be able to answer my phone. If anything urgent comes up, please go to Norma first.
I mean, technically, we'll have to. I'm actually pretty good at predicting the story beats for this area. With this game, period. I mean, I don't know why they.
Nothing left to do here. Let's head home. Is that...
Really? Something to do.
Belle, you're back. Billy and Cecilia are back as well. I just had Fairy look into it and interpolate.
Now everyone's eyes are... I think...
Hey, hey!
It's just, I remembered, something about leverage, about an exchange. I overheard it while eavesdropping on that demon lord's call to... Velina's really scared.
Whoa, whoa! Anyway, at this point, all we can do is managers. We've...
Belle, what?
What do you mean?
I mean, are we really going to let Velina handle everything now? There are still quite a few unanswered. Let me think. The singularity leakage, the damaged bamboo. Doesn't that remind you?
You mean her.
She came to Rosacaelifer before and even attacked Lady Sunbringer, but clearly left with a... She might be... What was that? Let's go check it out. The sound...
Whoa, it's so... Wise, look. Guess the window was left open.
You think the wind's...
Norkbell, Wise, help! My hat's stuck! Whew, that was close. Norma, what are you doing?
Yeah, if you wanted...
No, I can't go through the front door. I can't let Belle. Wise, you already told Veli you'd help me, right? Wait a second. Hey, don't look at me like that. I just don't want Veli to carry everything on her own again. Veli once said it wasn't Veli's decision.
Looks like you want to handle this.
That's right. I won't let Veli face... I see. So, do you already have a plan? Yup. If we can trace the incident back to its source and identify the...
So you're saying...
You noticed it too, didn't you? Simon's final word.
We've actually been meaning to ask about it. We've heard...
The angel is a well-known legend among Bangbu, but it actually cropped up super recently. They say a Bangbu, on the verge of retirement and unwilling to forget its friends, made a wish to the angel to keep its memories. And somehow, after retiring, it really didn't forget its friends. And somehow even managed to send a message to Rosacaelifer later.
That angel sounds like a good person.
Right? I think so too. Lately, there's been a spike in corruption cases.
So that means Bang Boo.
Honestly, I'm not sure either. Although that angel legend is really well known, there probably aren't that many. You're right.
Mr. Archie's artistic passion is like...
What the?
I've got it. Archie, the bamboo.
That makes sense.
Then let's start our festival's coming up, so the bamboo spotlight, no time to waste. Wise, you should stay at Amber. The theater's this way. I know the route.
Yeah, it's less combat than the other.
Thanks for choosing the Hobbling Crow Detective Agency. What a long name.
Wow, there's a ton of bamboo gathered here. It's Archie. Damn. Looks like we're not getting it. You're... Let's hack into the theater's internal surveillance and take a look. Huh? Where's Archie? Let's listen in.
No.
So that's why we couldn't find him. He's already in costume. But how are we supposed to know what he looks like now? They've been showing King Lear these days. There are posters all over the theater. Since Archie's the lead, we should definitely be able to spot him on one. Ah, good point. Then let's check out the posters. All right, let's find the poster for Archie's show. Is this the one? Whoa, who went and scribbled all over this poster? It's such a mess, I can't even read the title anymore. Let's listen in. See what the bamboo around here are saying.
No?
Seems like this is the King Lear poster. So Archie should look like this right now. A feathered bicorn, full formal wear.
Sure.
Norma, we've got a lead. Let's keep looking for Archie. Norma? Right, sure. Archie's wearing a fancy suit and a feathered bicorn. Let's find a bamboo that fits that description. No, the clothes don't match the here all by himself. Looks like he's on a remote call. Basically the same as us talking on the phone.
None.
Don't worry, child. Trust me. I'll do everything in my power to protect you, and offer you any help I can.
No.
Yes, that's true. I promise your secret is safe with me.
What the? No.
Belle, did you hear that? You finally got a lead. That's your cue, Fairy.
Order received, Master. A connection established to the...
You can track the
Signal source coordinates have been
What? The CCD? No way. Why would Lady Dracina's... It doesn't have to be someone. The problem is, even... Why can't... Oh, there's no way we can just stroll in. The CCD is currently under renovation with the highly
capable Fair.
Hey, you two. This doesn't really... Please, Belle. All right. Belle, follow me. The station behind the CCD is this way. We can't stay... Almost there. It's just up ahead.
Master, your...
Sounds like your AI...
It seems a little weird. It's much slower, but it's less of the combat. They drop things because clearly it's Ramiel.
They're already here. Perfect! Let's go! The main hall is through... No one's gonna spot... Relax. I ran the... Wait! That's not what you... security system. Didn't you say it wouldn't happen again? Get in the room up ahead! Quick! Get in!
Oh my. What a coincidence. We meet again.
Of course, it's Ramiel.
I didn't expect to run into you here. Seems like there's some special
Ramiel.
Really is me?
Belle, who is this? Do you two know each other? Don't get too close to her. She's the wanted beauty. What? She's that insane.
Thanks for the introduction, Miss Bell. At least you managed to mention both extremes of my reputation. Hello there.
How do you know?
Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you and your department are currently dealing with a little trouble.
Is that a confession?
Confession? Right. Now that you put it that way, when it comes to trespassing in the CCD in the dead of night...
Don't play dumb! I don't care if you're some void hunter or if you tried to assassinate Lady Sub. Why are you disguising yourself as an angel to trick and hurt innocent Bangbu? What's your real goal?
Trick and hurt. And so, you're saying the singularity leakage and damaged Bangbu aren't just caused by hollow activity, but something else is behind it? What makes you think that?
Are you saying I want to believe you? Feels like there's...
All right. I think I understand. As for the assassination attempt, I'm not going to explain myself. But saying I'm the one harming...
But you're right here.
Then let me ask you this, little Norma. Why does being in...
Because we picked up the angel signal inside the sea...
So, the signal you tracked down...
Huh? Fairy, tell me the current...
Understood. I have recalibrated the
It's around that big clock tower, huh? So, I suppose that clears my name? Thank you, mysterious AI.
Correction. I am merely stating facts. I had no intention of defending...
Oh my, how cold...
Now it's my turn to ask questions. If you...
All right. The truth is, I'm actually trapped here. Rosacaelifer's tech is ridiculously complicated.
Stop! Get your fingers off that screen. Keep this up, you'll alert every guard in the building. Sorry, Norma.
Well, this is exactly...
Hey, don't think I'll fall for that kind of fake... You don't sound like you're...
It's not flattery.
You like my hat, too? Wait, hold on. Aren't we getting... Miss... Ramiel?
Probably go home and sleep. Believe it or not, at least whatever I planned for tonight, I'm not going to be able to do it anyway. But, well, you don't exactly have the right to...
Huh?
One, we keep the standoff going. The result, you'll most likely lose. And besides, I might be a wanted fugitive, but you two also...
Interacting with it...
Don't be mad. I was only playing hide and seek with this. Even if we're keeping things from each other.
That's not...
And you never plan to let me...
Wait, Belle! This person's a wanted criminal!
Oh, how cold of you.
To be honest, we couldn't stop her if we wanted.
Doors open. Let's move.
The terminal you're looking for is right over here.
We're in. Let's look around for clues. What's this platform? That's the elevator. We're gonna use it to head upstairs in a bit.
Let's find... Not bad. Let's go.
I have to ask the questions. They forget that Ramiel can freeze time. Like, she can suddenly freeze time, and she can't do that against Bangbu. But apparently,
Wield the blade with me.
then again, we won't get her. Look, we'd be lucky if we get her prior to.
Fairy, what's the status on the angel's signal?
Current signal strength is stable.
This place is making my head spin.
Oh. Looks like I'm not the only one with no sense of direction.
Nuh-uh. Don't want me in with you. You two focus on fighting? You guys are a mess! The angel's right over there. We're so close. According to Fairy's intel, the angel's signal is just across the bridge, somewhere in the lower level of the airspace control tower.
No shit.
That looks like the CCD's offices, doesn't it? Now I'm getting really curious about who this angel actually is.
Bottom line, once we catch that guy, we'll know what's causing the Bangbu's corruption. Try to pin this on the ESD? You're gonna regret that, pal! Norma doesn't play around! Remy, things get messy out there? We're counting on you.
Okay, no problem. I'll show you what a Void Hunter can really do.
Alert. Anomaly detected. Angel signal has been lost. Strong electromagnetic interference detected near the CCD. Connection to the target has been interrupted.
What? How did the signal cut out? Could it be that Angel caught on to our tracking? We were this close to catching that guy! Is it too late to just charge the place at full speed? Belle, what do you think? Hey, now's not the time to zone out! Something feels off around here. What's this? Singularity leakage? Did we get pulled into an overlapping dimension? Hey, what's with the sudden...
So that means that I wonder if we start to see Ramiel's abilities. Because likelihood she's going to be very powerful. It wouldn't surprise me if she is off the field, but
Weird. How could that just right in the heart of this? Could that ethereal from earlier have caused? It looked extremely powerful.
Right. Even I didn't notice it at first.
What?
Could it be?
That strange ethereal appeared. I don't know either.
I agree.
Let's catch that ethereal first.
that's clearly the boss. That's confirmed.
The ethereal signal is over there.
Where?
Here too.
Looks like this is quite the intense singularity we hit.
Hope the anomalies here won't spread to the city. We can get up using the track over there.
Adorable.
Deal with these enemies first. The ether concentration here is so high.
Why does it have to be this one? These things are annoying to fight on a good day. Dev thinks they're being fucking cute. Think they're being good about this. Two characters that aren't fucking meant to be in close physical combat with each other.
It's no use. Damn it! How did...
Calm down, you two.
So that ethereal really can create...
I'm not sure, but instantaneous corruption and destruction... Let's set that aside for now.
Norma, pull yourself to...
Hey, careful! Norma. Speaking of which, as the CCD...
That's because the CCD is under renovation. Huh? Wait, no either. This is the perfect opportunity.
What's with the yellow...
Remy! These ether-coated cargo crates are like wet sand in a bucket, preserving the shape from when the singularity leakage appeared. So then, this...
You mean they're...
Exactly!
According to the readings...
Yeah, it seems like there's no... Wait, there's something on the ground. Huh? But...
Probably someone that...
How could there be no clues at all? Not good! The
Norma, are you with Belle? No need for excuses. I won't question you sneaking out at night. Just return to your place right now before airspace patrol...
Wait, Velina. A singularity leakage appeared. We're about to enter the hollow to Perselli. We're telling the truth.
All right. I'll request for trespassing and...
It was supposed to be a...
Look, but our partnership doesn't seem
But I know you'll help me, right?
Oh, my. Then...
We need to get through that fissure ace...
Where are we?
It's the Scommel Hollow. Where is it? Where'd it go?
High-risk ethereal signal. Located. You are approaching the target. Please continue forward.
The space here is so chaotic. Direction keeps changing so fast. We didn't lose them, did we?
Don't worry. Just leave it to the proxy.
Follow me. This way. Ethereals! These enemies might interfere with our tracking.
Let's make this quick.
You're supposed to do it with these two?
Still got a lock on 'em. Oh, so this is where we ended up. Haven't seen this big guy in ages. You mean the building that looks like a giant bamboo? Yup, my old giant bamboo project. Shame it sank down here before I could finish it. But that's a story for another time.
Huh.
capsule and catch up to our target. Shh, don't go just yet. Bamboo incoming. Let's hide. It's Archie from Airspace Patrol. They're too far away. Can't make out what they're saying. Let's have Barry piggyback on a nearby device and relay it. You good with that, Barry?
You're still on active duty. The two of you are making the whole department look bad. If you didn't mess with Toby, why'd he scribble all over you?
Okay, I feel a little bad for them, but they do look kind of funny.
Where did Toby run off to? You can't just go wandering around a hollow. It's seriously dangerous. Captain Archie, we'll go bring him back right now. Move, and whatever happens, Lady Sigrid cannot hear about this.
Uh-huh. I think the plot, you're just doing the fill-in.
Archie and the others rushed off. Let's go, Miss Proc. Did you notice the drawing on that bamboo This is from back then. Huh? What does it actually mean? The one who left the... Also, the spot where the sink... Until now, but maybe... The truth is the exact... The bamboo triggered the sink... But how is that even possible? What if... Their body... Maybe that monster was... Wait, let me think. But if that's the case... You're right. If that ethereal is a... Toby only just disappeared. Right. If things... Should I clarify? Let's go. Let's go. There's actually a path here. Barry, can you track Toby's signals?
Searching. Maybe. Combat Julia. The signal is coming from within the hollow, as is the target of the other signal.
Oh, they're gonna say that the bamboo are gonna revolt. Yeah, that's a... looks to be the... At least they didn't go the whole, Pops is manipulating everything. Yet.
That must be the ethereal. Huh? There's no way through. Let me check the console. Let me check the hidden.
course, another Bang Boo could corrupt the other, and it's more of a convenient plot.
Is a fool's
Here's the research subject. Here's the research subject.
Well, you kind of have to do that one anyways. Interesting. Now, see the...
Leave it to the chief.
You know, no.
Use the track to catch up.
Notice, the target ethereal's position coincides with where Toby's signal disappeared.
Hey, Rois, come on, faster! What exactly did they do to the bamboo? I won't let another bamboo fall victim ever again!
Probably corrupting the bamboo.
Remiel, have you ever seen an ethereal like this before?
Why do you ask?
This one feels different from normal ethereals. The research subject.
Yeah, I guess so.
We're almost there. It's a fish.
You have to fight the boss Gimp.
Toby! Everyone, get ready for battle! Toby's whole course back to track. We gotta save him now! Oh! Can we really handle this thing, Remiel? Yeah. It's still hiding plenty of secrets. We should try to catch it.
Aren't you being a little creepy? Still, I can't have you underestimating a former hunt hunter.
The wormhole this monster uses to travel is really similar to a singularity weekend. You are definitely connected. Maybe they come from the same source. Maybe not. I need more info. Gotcha! Nice teamwork back there. Wow, we're amazing! As expected, the enemy's tough. Toby's corruption is getting worse too!
We're running out of time.
Straight down!
I'm not sure the other. Again, I said they really are trying to show that Norm is good. Luckily, they gimped you enough that it matters.
Toby, hang in there! I'm coming to save you! Toby! We can still save him!
Good damn.
Oh no, it's getting away! What is this? Turning right at us!
That's what you call a new big bad ethereal. That
It's chasing us. I'll try to hold it off.
Whoosh.
detecting a fissure above us. Or maybe
Belle, what did you just do back there?
something that works like a fissure.
This power goes far beyond me.
Ramiel, I think I've got an idea.
Yeah, unless it's a straight A. It could have revealed.
A singularity leakage or a fissure. Their source is the same. My theory's correct. A bit more. I can do this. I know I can.
Not bad. You're starting to get it. But you're not quite there yet. It's time.
It worked.
All right. I admit, I was kind of taking a gamble back there. Didn't expect you to handle that singularity leakage so effortlessly, though.
What part of that looked effortless to you?
And you're
At
making
the
it.
very last second, Pyrois stepped in. Guess I was right. They really can control singularity leakages. We probably just got lucky this time. Either way, I'm glad we made it out.
Look at you, learning how to give those vague little answers. Guess that must be your luck, because I don't seem to have any of that.
I mean,
Are you okay?
Controlling something that big takes a lot out of me, too, you know?
what the fuck?
Hey, wake up! Stay with us!
We should check on Toby first.
Norma, how's he doing? He's still conscious, and I found the source of the corruption inside him. We need to remove the core components and isolate the source immediately. I'll help you.
Belle, can you hear me? Velina and Secret's rescue team should be with you in a few minutes.
Oh, this wanted fugitive better make herself scarce.
Wait, Ramiel! If you have your own reasons for being here, and if Sunbringer isn't really your enemy, why not just...
Who said Sunbringer isn't my enemy? Good luck to you. And this poor little thing. Ta-ta.
And that is the character that is going to sell millions. And not on the first day. I am very curious what her final abilities will be. Because
Lady Secret, Lady Velina.
No.
Belle,
Cut the outer logic link. Done. Good. Next
Warning. Memory unit is currently occupied.
What? It's already in theory? How fast?
Estimated fastest.
Is there another way? But even with that... Damn it! Even after me...
Norma, enter this string of numbers.
Billy?
Calm down.
We can safely separate the logic...
nah, the thing is, they're definitely setting up Ramiel to be around for a while. They're gonna have to have a narrative that can last about 4.
Flaw in their logic course, nor planted. This potent ether caused the bamboo to exhibit certain subtle... Then, once the ether erupted, the bamboo... Yeah. If a bamboo eruption occurs inside a hollow, its impact on the environment is almost imperceptible. However, due to Rosacaelifer's special... Once the singularity leakage...
Lady Dracena, that concludes the latest...
Thank you for your hard work, Velina. I'm proud of you. You've defended... Do you have any thoughts on the murderer's identity?
Regarding this matter, although Toby is no longer in danger, its logic core still needs repair. At present...
Oh my! It's just the four of us here, and you're still speaking so cautiously. There are two possibilities regarding the murderer's identity. First, the culprit could be an outsider who infiltrated the island. While Rosacaelifer's existence is classified, any community... Remiel, who managed to find her way in, and Lockspring, who managed to find his way out, are prime examples of this. And they're certainly not the only ones. Second, the culprit could be an insider. Velina, which scenario do you consider? Or do you have a regardless of which it is? How about we change our approach and... Me? All right, if I may. First of all, we need... But I have a feeling we shouldn't go about it. On one hand, it could cause unnecessary Yes, you're right. We're Velina. You've already taken care of...
You mean the investigation report? The Scorpion Ethereal and Giant Ethereal have been respectively designated as Gertablulu and Bashmu.
So you were prepared for the...
Didn't Lady Dracena herself say we...
As expected of Helios's legacy. Allowing you onto the island was truly a winning move. In any case, Norma, please do your best to develop a vaccine plug... Rest assured, Lady Dracena. I'll have... You'll take the lead on the covert why bamboo and singularity leakages attract them, and whether they're also part of the murderer's plan. But both Velina and I think...
Lady Dracena, regarding the guests who are scheduled to arrive on the island... before the festival?
Are you asking whether we should postpone? Unfortunately, once the wind picks up, no one can... Don't worry, we'll always... By the way...
Nothing can bad go wrong.
Well then, that concludes...
No need to worry about that. Speaking of which, I can't believe Belly was the angel all along! Same. I would never have...
Lady Dracena arranged that location for me. At first, it was just assumed to be retired bamboo that, due to a although I was able to comfort it, its troubles left a deep impression. As the administrative director...
No wonder you're never at the ESD when I look for you! Velina, there's something I'd like to ask you. You've... been helping the Yeah, Veli! If the bamboo...
If we had told the bamboo about... Since there were other ways to handle besides, helping them preserve their memory. What you're doing, Norma.
Oh?
She was so insistent.
That's right! Even though many secrets within Rosacaelifer are classified. I believe it won't... Huh? There's so many bamboo. So many bamboo. Let's go check it out. Wow, these flowers are... Thank you.
Herman granted. A lot of Easter eggs. It's a little bit. A lot of it's easy to figure. Because a lot of it's going to depend on what happens when the top people get here.
Able to save Toby thanks to the password you had, Velina. Here. This bouquet should be for you as well. I also want to thank the Great Angel for tolerating all the trouble I caused and cleaning up... Me too, me too.
Wait, you... Thank you very much.
I don't care, Billy. You're not allowed to run away. Listen up. She said
Is it dead? Probably not.
Oh, manager!
Val, you're back!
Belle, it's great that the ESD,
Yeah, with the bang
rather than livelier.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would have to kill with the one, because it's definitely like the narrative was set forward to too.
Sunbringer. I haven't had the chance to meet late.
Yeah, we.
That's right. So go.
Then I'll go sort out the motor oil
It's getting late. Better turn in for the night.
Good evening. Been waiting on you for a while now.
Remiel?
Quite the show you put on earlier. Congrats. Looks like everything worked out perfectly in the end.
How do you know where I live? Wait, how did you get in? You really can go anywhere in Rosacaelifer, can't you?
Jumping straight to the Q&A game. Fine, let's play. To answer your question, it's because I have friends in Rosacaelifer too, you know. I am a first-generation Void Hunter after all. I know the original Lady Sunbringer personally.
You've been here before?
That's not exactly breaking news, is it? I'll give you that one for free. All right, my turn. What caused the Bangbu corruption? Have you found your culprit yet?
I thought this had nothing to do with you. And hey, that's 2 questions.
Relax, Miss Teddy. It's called curiosity, okay? Now, say your piece. I'll let you ask 2 questions after. Deal?
We found that someone tampered with the Bangbu, implanted potent ether into them, but we still haven't found out who.
What do they even want with Bangbu? Never mind. Your turn.
Gertablulu, that scorpion-like ethereal with the faint ether signature. Have you ever come across anything like it before?
Why do you ask?
Because when it showed up, you weren't nearly as surprised as the rest of us. Actually, it wasn't what it was that got you. It was why it was there. That, and the bigger one, Bashmu. Are they really just ethereals?
Yeah, my own theories.
Well, that depends entirely on your definition of an ethereal. Before answering your question, just to make sure we're on the same page, I need to ask you something. Think about your understanding. Everything you know. Have you ever heard of the word enchainer?
Thank you.
If Eldrada finds out I'm not planning, she's known for being the stern one, after all. I suppose being strict with me and Linvern does fall under self-discipline, doesn't it? Still, the fact that the ESD has earned the Bangbu support is truly a blessing. I can't let those little guys down when it comes to how we handle this.
A fair point, Lady Dr...
Go ahead. Eldrada. Lindfern. Ever since the Creator awakened, it feels like I haven't seen them in a long time. Huh?
Really? Actually, that's how they end it. Actually, that answers a lot. It's not as much as there's questions. So, probably what they're going to have to do is, yes, that is probably Ramiel's model. If anything, that is Ramiel's model. What her abilities are, that's entirely... Granted, she's a more extreme form of her extra human ego. Well, that's actually if people seen the art. Fred, still very much the... Which the reason I know that is because what? Hell, she's part of my main rotation on ice. Occasionally use her. But see, if Ramiel is not the part, it's not that I have to go back and look, because it's not like it's the first time that the Enchainer has been mentioned. Either. Because, granted, if that means she got abducted at the end, then again, it's not expecting that the Lady Sunbringer is not only in 3 parts. A couple aren't there, but it looks like one gets like... See, technically, if she's been abducted, again, that's a very much a cliffhanger. Because we have to wait a month for another. But the fact they're mentioning the Enchainer... Actually, it's not the first mentioning of the Enchainer. I know for sure. Because nothing is ever mentioned without a cause. So... Usually if you spoil yourself ahead of time. But yes. Like, probably what's going to happen is it's going to be revealed that she didn't try to assassinate Lady Sunbringer. But I think it's going to be that Lady Sunbringer had to separate herself. Because assuming that she had basically the akin to the powers of God, which, if you say that because the knowledge of the Creator itself is kind of not taboo. but it is pretty close to. I wouldn't turn sacrosanct, but it is very much the case. Because the idea itself that there are three and that they haven't heard from each other. Jesus. That's the more the narrative. I mean, they're more or less trying. I guess this is the event. These are the side activities, I guess, for the new region. No, because if the lore lines up, it's going to be more or less interesting. Because the problem itself is Ramiel. Like, if Ramiel. Like, what Ramiel's purpose for being in Rosacaelifer is. Well, granted, both her and Lady Sunbringer are going to be released as models in this year. The question's when. Yes, and Norma, I am not sold on. Even the more using her, she doesn't get better. Plus, she's too close to getting vanilla. Sorry, Vit. I can't speak right now. She's too close to velina. And look, quite honestly, my luck, sure. You're going to spend about $100 to get her? Yeah. Let her be the first one I lose. But the problem itself is if the thing is the enchainer and an outsider, that means they're already here from tops. But also it has to deal with the destabilization of the hollow below. See, that's one part. Because the weird part is going to be them explaining, like, if the Lady Sunbringer lore changes, which they probably will change, because everyone assumed she was human. Or humanoid. She's actually a construct. Now, granted, again, I speak unless they change it. She's very human-like for a human construct. See, that's difference because you got the robots, you got the other ones. Because people like Billy are full. You got the people like Suna, not Suna, but Arya. Arya, who just is a straight robot. Because the actual part is, yeah, because technically Rosacaelifer exists above a hollow. Now, Rosacaelifer's lore is actually kind of unfolds, but it's really weird because usually if you focus on the ones, because the tear opening in the office is more scarier than anything else. Because in reality is, I guess the Enchainer is going to be the big one. That's usually a name. That's either going to be... Look, that's either going to be addressed probably in the next or the other. Because the fact alone, they're compounding on... Look, they're basically compounding on Ramiel's lore. Sorry. Ramiel's lore basically is going to probably get explained. Yeah, but this is a hub. I don't like it. Because compared to usually when you beat hollows, going to the hollows you beat them, it doesn't really beat them. Which is a weird thing. Because the issue is itself, it's not that they got themselves out of pickle. I say that. I mean, that's a pretty damn good little pickle of a story. Because if... It's something I don't know. Enchainer I've heard before, but I don't know from where. But I know I've heard it. Again, they don't mention anything without it. Yeah, all the... But then again, I guess you see Sigrid, because actually Sigrid is going to be way down the line. See, Norma is technically next, by the way. Now, personally, I'm not the biggest fan. As I said, I was not a fan of her kit. And playing with her enough is not going to get me to like her. But yeah, but story-wise, too, I'm sorry, the long dragon thing is pretty... It's very unexpected. Now, the bigger problem, too, is going to be how they have to wrap it up. Because that's going to be the key. Yes. See, that's the far bigger section. And to be honest, the idea alone was... Like, the idea alone, they're just going to... Look, half the problem is it's trying to explain the hollow. But at the same time, I know Ramiel... yeah, sorry, which of... Ramiel's basically... Her... Look, her lore is getting fleshed out. And probably... It's going to get fleshed out more than likely. But the issue, too, is Lady Sunbringer's so... It kind of confirms that there are the three. Well, we know there's the three. whoever's that cloak, because we also know Severus is going to be coming up here. I believe that's his name. It's Set's brother. Now, a lot of the kits that are actually upcoming are different too, because Norma's the next one. Sigrid is a confirmed character too, but see, she's going to be down. Because I think, like, Sigrid's character is probably definitely going to be physical. But that's not the... See, the weird one's going to be... So we have Velina, the other. Kind of still no leads on the ones. Which is going to be the actual weird part. It's like to wrap my head around it, because Enchainer was mentioned, probably, as I say before. That's clearly the bigger enemy. But yeah, definitely. This is just basically they take and learn. So this is the junior version of the... So this is just the junior version of Wife Peninsula. I can't speak right now. Because the trick about the relationship between Ramiel and, like, Sunbringer, original one, is that. Because that is something key, because the underlying text is everything. Now, the issue is itself that because they clearly did introduce Tops. So Tops is probably 3.1. The meeting with Tops is going to be 3.1. That's kind of the thing. That's going to be in 3.1. Whatever Tops is planned, but Tops probably already has someone up there. Because if there's fissures everywhere, too. Because let's assume that... God, what's her name? Idris. Basically, just this gets abducted. That's going to be really interesting. But then again, explaining the hollows, because the hollows here are different than the hollows in New Eridu. So, roughly it's 6-1, half a dozen the other. Because the main enemy is the Enchainer. Now, the question that is, but they also keep mentioning that the creator has awakened, which doesn't make sense either because the creator by the lore should be awake, but not officially. Because the final part of Waipei Peninsula, the big lithograph, the monolithic stone that got shattered, was separate. Technically, there's not a successor to the creator code. Because actually, that's the weird part. Like, it's enough breadcrumbs that they could run with. Because if she disappeared into the. Well, the question is, did she just willingly walk in there or get abducted? Now it's just a stupid collectathon. I mean, they probably won't mention any more of the. See, that's going to be a longer. Because I feel like there's something missing that should be there. But to be honest, there is something missing. Same time setting up whatever. See, they are trying to set up. And that's also not the time Kuros mentioned either. Heroes is basically supposed to be. Yeah, see, that's going to be the weird one because where they go from here, it's either going to be. What? So Pops is the main villain. Like, Pops's plan is always going to be a. See, the thing about it is. down. Be honest, some of these puzzles are cancer. Yeah, but lore-wise, it opens up more. Yes. Yes, some of these are a lot easier to figure out. I don't like them though. But yeah. One, two. Yeah. Usually it's just puzzles left. Yeah, but it's not a bad story, but it's not the greatest for an opener. Because granted, it opens up more, but it's not like the first. It's not like season 2 that had a better. Look, that opening actually leaves a lot. It's more breadcrumbs than anything else. But yeah, I'll leave it here. I don't know. I do play this, but mostly I do the side events. Story I'll do every time it comes out fresh, but try to. Granted, this, I don't know, Explorer mechanic's good so far. I'm not sure, because a lot of it I'll have to go back and check some of the stuff myself. Because, well, there's certain names I'm very familiar with. A lot of the... Because really, what is Romeo's purpose? But it also, as I said, answers... There's more questions than there is. Because it is a lot different. Yeah. Now it's just a lot of little searches. But yeah, it's going to be with us more of the issues. You don't have answers for a month. It's very confusing. Really. be honest, it's just more exploring them here because the other. This is kind of like Wi-Fi Peninsula's exploring. Except they don't give you the resources. But yeah, definitely with the lore, they did hint the main villain. But they also hinted that... See, the fact Ramiel's just running around. Which I'm not saying is strange, but granted, flew unto itself. But it also, the story is not going to unfold till start. Basis will start about 2, probably. Surprisingly. 3 will be an interlude into something. Probably 4. It's probably going to conclude about 4 or 5. At least by 5. We'll have about 3 dead months. But this could be a new area to explore, though. I do not know how I feel about Feros, though. Like, I know Norma's not. Like, Norma's not on my list of who I want. Unless Sigrid actually is amazing, I'll probably skip on her. see Claret, Claret, Clarinet is already been mentioned. She is already a lot of the ones shown.
Today's work order? Cut it open! Take a break, Senior.
And again, a lot of this is just exploring, and maybe there's secret ones here too. I wouldn't say that. See, it doesn't look like it has the resources here. This is just... That's one thing about, though. See, exploring Wi-Fi Peninsula first, you at least get resources. This you don't. Oh.
This is it! Frost spreads. I cut through the darkness. Ride the wind.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. It's a traversal thing more than it is anything else. Yeah, see, a lot of this area, it screams like it's going to be more... Like, this area is all going to be fleshed out. It's probably going to be like Wi-Fi Peninsula in terms of its... We'll get like a couple of zones with resources, vendors. Right now, a lot of this is just basic exploration. I feel like Wi-Fi had... I honestly feel like Wi-Fi had more. But then again, can't really fault it. Yeah, but like a lot of these are not really there. A lot of these aren't filled out. Because like these to me felt more filled out at launch than anything else. Like these felt a lot more. That's the one thing it's missing. Post the story, like the problem is the blurb is weird. But if the goal is to keep exploration, yeah. Technically we have events. I don't know if this keeps us busy. But yeah, because I'm not sure. The weird part about it's going to be is story-wise, it could easily go that Tops, because they're going to have to introduce the Tops villains. That's going to be in 3.1. Because if they're not introduced now, but there is an interloper, though. So, and it's probably a traitor from within. And granted, basically the fissure opening up in the office is creepier. And I don't think that's Ramiel's doing, because Ramiel would not be that stupid. Because the inherent thing with the story is Rosacaelifer is actually has a lot of lore to it. Because the only reason Rosacaelifer exists is because Lady Sunbringer destroyed a thing in the sky. Not only destroyed a major one, cleared it up, she also made a deal with the creator. Now, with that being said, they may change that because she's supposed to be an artificial construct. Because bear in mind, both her and Romeo Dan are both 100 years old. Now, it could just be the three that are separated or one entity, which I think is going to be the leading one. Where I guess if you make a deal with the gods, you have to separate because no one body can do it. So I guess that's how you get the W engine for the thing. Special W engine. You could use it on anything, but it's him. Anyways, I will end it here. Power String Division tonight. I'm really only good for like past hours. I'm just lucky I've been awake this long. So, but yeah, a lot of the story it has a lot of different elements, like the insider thing. By having Ramiel there, Ramiel, sorry, having her floating about more ways than one is interesting. But I don't think she's the main villain. Tops will probably be the main villain. The question is ultimately how. Because the fact alone, Tops wasn't mentioned until towards the end, that means there's another threat. But there's also supposed to be Set's brother's supposed to investigate up here too. So as I said, I don't think I'll figure it out, because if the main thing is the Enchainer, it's not that the Enchainer does, because occasionally you have leaks and you have other things. See, that's a big ethereal. Then that's the question of how that plays out. But we both have at least, I know, because that's Remiel's model, basically. That's gonna be. My thing is, I'm just gonna be curious what the plan is and the layouts, because Norma's next. They haven't really announced 4.1 yet. I don't think. I say, what's the 3.1 banner? They did announce. I wonder if that's true. If it is secret. Oh yeah, if they're dropping Sigrid around. Yep, so Rip Sigrid being pulled. Oh yeah, that's worse. So 3.1, they're going to be dropping Remiel, if this is true. See, Hoaxy, Sigrid, Phoenix, Severin. So yeah, Remiel's going to be next. Not after them. It's going to be first after one. So. Oh yeah. See, no one's going to be pulling Sigrid. Because everyone has to have their pink elf. That's the joke. And to be honest, depending on her role, what her ability is. So yeah. So rip 3.1, whoever comes after. And her model is probably going to be the white breast model. That also means Norma's pretty chopped liver as well. And she works on proficiencies. So if she's gonna definitely be an anomaly. If her kit doesn't change between now and then, so that's a problem. Are we a video? Oh boy, that's gonna be big too, because if we're gonna get her in 3.1, that's gonna be big. Anyways, and we'll leave it here. Yeah, but if I'm not expecting because if they're gonna be dropping her first, that is actually really early to be dropping her. That is super early. If that's real. And I guess I'm wrong. Sigrid will be ice. Yep. But no one's going to be getting her if Ramiel's on the first part of that banner. No one's getting it. But yeah, speculation's going to run wild too because see, everyone's worried if it's an anomaly, it's not going to synergize with Miyabi. I don't think that's the point. Because the problem with her is she's going to be ether anomaly. And if you're running her in the same vein, you're running Sigrid as ice attack. Now that is going to be big. But it also means that Norma is trapped in pools. No one's going to pull her. Period. If Ramiel Dan's the number is the first on 3.1 band. See, I'm mostly an anomaly team person. So because that's the inherent problem. Because apparently she's not going to work with Minabe, which I wouldn't know how and why, but it would explain why she plays so weird. But ether anomaly, it makes sense though. But I could be wrong. Again, they might change her kit before a month, which will be a hideout. The problem with Sigrid is going to be if she's highest attack and she has no AoE. But then again, anyone sitting next to fucking Ramiel ain't going to work. Again, probably Norma's going to be a pass indefinitely for me. And then you have to pull her engine too, so that's going to suck as well. And that's going to leave Clarinet and Phoenix to run. And if 3.2 is Clarinet and Phoenix. So that puts about 4. So that puts about 3.4 to be Lady Sunbringer. Maybe 5. Now, that's going to be the period people wait. See, if people are going to wait, I would say pull Velina. You can. She'll be rerun, more likely. Then again, Ramiel's only going to work in, if it's true, she's only going to work in anomaly teams. And anomaly teams are already super stacked. That's like with Vivian. But if she works with the two, then yes. But she still plays so weird. In a way, that's kind of a rush job. These were up here. But yeah, I mean, granted, Romuald Dan is gonna probably be the first major one. But it also probably means there's gonna be a lot of skips between the next two. Yep. Because if 3.1 is going to be Romuald Dan and Sigrid, because that does seem very early for Romuald. Then again, subject banners are subject to change, so don't take my word on it. But anyways, as I said, Norma's not impressive. They're missing something. I'm assuming Sigrid is going to miss something too. Velina is good, don't get me wrong. Velina has a lot of combinations, but largely they're going to be mostly anything but the way she mixes. Now, the downside to having someone who's like Ramiel is there's only so many Aether anomaly spots. But it might be good to have another one off team. It would be good to have an off slot.
Ever-burning flames.
Fuck. Gotta level that thing.
My flames will never die out.
Hmm.
Ever-burning flames.
Wow. Oh boy. Not only do they give you another character, it's going to be another thing. Use the same materials.
My flames will never die out.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll stream Division later today. Division 2. So, like a free S. I am not impressed by this. See, like, this isn't that impressive. Like, this is supposed to be the upgrade. Okay, no. That's like having the Traveler in Genshin be playable. I mean, like, technically, anomaly proficiency. If I have them, I have them. Norma's gonna work with, like, her. I mean, but she is worth it. Now, I don't know about Norma, but reality is we don't know how the meta is going to shake out. Because the problem is Romeo Dan's going to work with any kind of anomaly units. Anybody who's anomaly. So, I guess doesn't work with my hobby, but who knows? Which I'm sure is a typo. But she works with everything else. People say Sigrid, but look, I hold my breath on Sigrid.
Eradicate all evil.
I'm not hurting on ice. So, unless she has some extra caveat attached, she's probably going to be forgotten about. Then again, that might be same said for half the people. Unless they do something that stands out, I don't see pulling them. It's going to be something that makes them useful. Because you got to remember, what makes people useful, every new agent has to, if you already have an old agent, there's your problem. See, judging by the way Romeo Dan plays, she's a support unit. And through and through. Sigurd's going to be a mainline attacker. So, again, At is a little bit screwed. Then again, we don't know the reruns. Problem is her, I suspect she's going to be rerun quite a bit, as many lineups as she is. See, she right now is on the sub banners for this. And I would recommend pulling her. Vivian is never going to be bad. Unless they really change the meta. Actually, the only reason I have so many of her, Lycon, him, that one, that's all failed 50-50s. But there was one new thing added. He got his. That's something I'll have to test and see. Because a lot of these agents have potential. The ones that got it. This is supposed to keep out-of-date units up to date. Now, this project isn't going so well. But then again, I don't think this made Bernice better. Bernice still has the problem. She needs her damage higher. So there's a whole line of a unit eventually that will start aging. Like, the fact alone you give an upgrade sprue to this one, I can't even imagine. Grace I can understand because of Anomaly. Bernice I can understand too. He got his recently. But it's probably complaints from people. So, but I'll have to see what the rerun banners will be. Because some people are in a strong need of reruns. Triggers 1. I don't know when these are going to be rerun.
I've got your back.
To be honest, Trigger's in a very bad way to be rerun. Unless they put her part of the free banner. Which they might. They may put her as a gift. But I have a high doubt they'll gift her. Because if the next one's going to be the anniversary edition, because if it's an anniversary, they may give away somebody, but they ain't going to give away her. Because some of these are in a damn fresh way of reruns. Like if you missed her, good luck getting her, but I do recommend getting her. The problem is going to be getting her. I have a high doubt she's just going to get a rerun. You're very lucky she's a fan favorite. She gets a rerun once or twice a year. Jufufu is so vital, she'll get rerun. Vivian at least gets one rerun a year. At least one. They'll probably try to rerun Miyabi once a year. But the key is, she is the highest ice damage. So sometimes if you miss an agent, you're stuck for like 6 months. Problem with Seed's lineup is Seed's people she can work with can be both. But the issue with Seed is you need a stunner and attacker. She'll probably get a rerun. But it also depends. If it's Year of Anomaly, all the anomalies get reruns. See, she's another good one for Anomaly. She just had a rerun not long ago.
I really like your scent.
But a lot of these, I'm not sure. See,
Is that my cue?
I don't know. A lot of these I was waiting on reruns to pick up. But it really depends when they come around.
I am the Eye of Obel.
I'm basically going to have to pull her. Only because I have a Seed lineup. And usually Seed is where... So Seed is anywhere CU defense was. I don't look forward to leveling this. Yep.
My flames will never die out.
The fact alone you have to level that thing is gonna suck. But yeah. Basically,
I was supposed to be napping right now.
vanilla is good. Sorry, velina is actually really worth it. The problem is Norma isn't going to be as good. So. Problem itself is if Romael Dan, Lady Sunbringer, we don't know about Phoenix, Clarinet, or Hoaxy. Which, granted, those are going to be the other ones. So they announced about 7 or 8. But definitely Lady Sunbringer won't be till 4. But if 3.1 is Ramiel, 3.2.0 probably will have some of the others. But see, that's going to be the rollout timeline. Because I have a suspicion that Ramiel is going to come out first. Quicker than I think. So, if she comes out quicker, that's going to be better. The problem is, just suffers whatever banner is near her. Basically. But anyways, I will catch people later tonight. The story is longer than expected, but a couple of twists. But yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling it. Like I'm gonna ask the question, whoever possessed, why do we need another sheer force agent? I forgot that Norma is Chu Fufu if she was ruptured. I do not like the way she plays at all. And I mean, it's just something the way Norma plays. Like, I think if Norma had a standoff and fight option, she'd be better. But quite honestly, if you could summon a bunch of goddamn totems that fire missiles, you're in business. Then again, I could be dead wrong. She could be definitely very meta, and I miss her. But oh well. Again, I already got you, Fufu. Half my agents robbed because I never use them. It's not by choice, that's because of game. If CU defense doesn't require the use of them, they don't get used. Traditionally. And that's the problem. The end game is kind of different. Because I like Bernice.
A wise choice.
But if half the CU defenses is ice and physical, there's already go-tos for that. Same if it's fire or lightning. That's kind of the problem. Genshin has that issue.
I sense someone's peepers on us.
Officer 148, Juyuan.
See, Severus is going to come out. That's going to be the second to her. Like, I could not tell you the last time I used either of those.
Different kind of charm at night. Care to join me for a walk?
I picked her up. That was probably a pickup I should have done. Because you got to realize half of these characters aren't used. If not because of reasons. I mean, you got Miyabi, you got Jane Doe, who hasn't really is popular but not used. You got some of these that are used in support. But the issue itself is very different. Because a lot of the inherent in-game which is CU defense, is locked. To basically, you need high damage. And that's actually the sad fact about a lot of these things. They look good, but they're never going to be used. All because all simply because some are fun. You remember something, you're going to be stuck with them. You know what I mean? You're going to be stuck. These are almost all the same that are used. And depending on what this modifier is, also determines what's used. So it makes units have a shelf life. You know? Units have a shelf life. Which is a problem. The interesting part is wind is part of attributes. It's been part of resistance attributes. But sadly, this is a fate of a lot of characters. See, like Genshin, I don't pull because it's sheer redundancy. So, anyways, that's something to remember. See, Velina is going to be used unless there's a wind resistance. Other things, like yes, Norma's only if you don't have anything for sheer force. Okay? That's because sheer force is still a thing. It doesn't make sheer force impossible to beat. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff in the end game that, look, me personally, I kind of avoid like the plague unless I need something. Because I'll do CU defense. CU defense is fine. Deadly assault is more annoying. But all in all, most of the game, if you still have a lot of side missions to carry out. The issue, I say, for the most part, is she has, like, she is going to interact with a bunch of teams. Because basically anomalies have a lot of support now. Norma is sheer force. And the only sheer force agents are Rupture. Traditional. She's designed to be sheer force. Unless you have Yijuan, him.
I guess this outfit ain't too bad. The blue bandages are kind of annoying, though. Never mind.
A lot of these, good luck to you. So, sheer force is actually still required. Now, that's kind of the problem.
No way.
But we will see.
Do you have any idea how much makeup that...
But yeah. Anyways, I will stream Division 2 later. But yeah, currently the biggest problem I see with this is the meta incoming. Because the problem is by the time you hit year 3, unless people don't have units, they're not around. Or they're not needed. And too many lineups are missing units. By that, I mean you're waiting for it. You're entirely waiting on missing units. Like, you can pretty much throw together. Like, if you get someone big, you can throw them together. But ideally, you need to pick up the ones. And right now, velina is the key to that. That's kind of what I did. It's like HSR, I function the same way. I only pick up the mandatories. And I had to wait almost, what was it, a year and a half to get the break lineup finished. Here it's worse because you're just waiting on a banner to income until a rerun. Like currently it's her. Which is fine. And soon as getting a rerun on the second part. But that means you're skipping both velina and Norma. Then putting your resources at the big. I will say this, by the way. She at least has a better introductory outfit. Her special outfit is definitely better than usual ones.
It is an honor to receive your invite.
Personally, I don't look. Her outfit here is fine. But that's a better outfit. Okay. That's better. It doesn't alter the aesthetics much. See, that's compared to. Oh God, where's the god awful?
Need a fortune telling?
This was the alternate outfit for Yijuan. It looked not good at all.
Your fortune seems pretty good lately. I can help you ward off
I
the
could
fortune
care
telling
less.
vampires.
Did not fit her. Yeah, see, Suna's getting a rerun.
Wearing formal attire is also a fun
Actually, I need to get this one eventually, but way down the line. Eventually, most of my lineups are going to be done, and I'm not going to really matter. I'm not really missing anything. Not really. I'm missing Trigger. That's what I need. Maybe a couple of alternates, but that's not too big. I'm missing Trigger, and that's about it of the main. Some people like Arya. Right. But Hugo is out. That one's out. None of these are good. But yeah, here's the thing. She's now pretty much mandatory. If you pull her, you're gonna have to pull. If you plan to pull Seed, you have to pull her. I've learned that the hard way because I've resisted pulling her every single time she's come around. And lo and behold, I have paid a price because every single time you ever need her, Seed, you lose damage. So it sounds weird because she fits into the same team. Now, I will be live later tonight, 6, hopefully, for Do Division 2. Apparently, we get this story. No, it's the same. So now we get all the side stories. God. But I will catch people's shit. This is fine. Normally, I'm just doing the events. So, I do events and I do the stories here. I need to catch up my story before, I kind of need to catch my story up in Genshin, but I'm at 5.0 right now. That's because I don't really do the story over there. I just explore and collect. So, again, like a lot of agents now coming out. They gotta crack a threshold. And it sounds weird to say, but if you don't already have it, you're not gonna pull it. Or if you never plan to pull for another character, you're not pulling it. It's the best way to put it. There are certain characters that are going to be required. Velina is one of them this year. Ramiel Dan's going to be another. And pretty much Lady Sunbringer is going to be a definite pull. The rest, like Phoenix, Sigrid, Norma, I'm not sure if they're must pulls. Unless Phoenix does something absolutely amazing, she'll probably be featured later on. We'll figure out what her kit is. So about a version out, you'll have her kit. Just like Sigrid, we'll know Sigrid's kit before. But if she's on the back end of Ramiel Dan, no. You ain't getting her. She'll be one of the worst pulled characters. Quite honestly. It's just as, but it's probably the fate of a lot of characters. But then again, that's when it's going to come down to reruns later in the year. Because even the past reruns haven't been bad. But I wouldn't run. I would have not run. The problem is running with the ones they've run. Because here's the thing. Velina is going to be good all around. Ramiel Dan's going to be used for any anomaly. Sigrid, honestly, I don't see it. Because ice is prominent, but I'm good with ice. Like fire, I'm good with. But then again, I have a lot of sheer force. But then again, rupture's not a big deal. Like, okay, I say rupture's not a big deal right now. But there could be entirely a CU defense where you need sheer force. But it's not that Norma's playstyle is that bad. It's just her attack patterns. She is playing as clunky as playing clean. And if I don't like the way a character plays, I don't use them. Use them in general. By the way, the hatred I have for charged attacks now is pretty bad. Because charged attacks kind of... But that's a separate topic for another day. Because there's something with the meta, though, for real, that half these people... A lot of people just don't tell you that play constantly. Yeah, it's okay to skip people. Like, he has to have 2 stuns. She is always going to be run. She's kind of a mandatory. So, like, if you skipped any of these, you're probably good. Skipping these, I don't know. Look, I had no urge to pull them. Only one I wanted was the blue. Like her? Oh yeah, fun fact about her, before I do go. There's something about it. They're saying that she's potentially related to Lady Sunbringer's clone. Because there's something when you look at the back. If this rumor is confirmed true, it's probably gonna deeper her original origin. Because they're supposed to have like a particular mark. because that's something that you see it's a very similar it's a little bit similar, but then again, that is in the same vein in rumors that Lady Sunbringer's clones are also, again, there's deeper lore.
Ready and waiting.
Like with her, those are Lady Sunbringer clones. That would also put Andy. I mean, it's going to be interesting if proven true. But then again, bear in mind, a lot of agents are subject to only be good. One thing is I tell people, only pull what you need. It saves you it saves you 3 months. Some days, some years, you're just waiting on pulls. I mean, I've been gifted enough to have enough, but I have existed in the end game for a while. I am the poor bastard who does this every time. Or attempts it. It sounds easy, but it's not as easy as it sounds. But yeah. Till later tonight. See, Division 2 season's really fun. Not. It's running around DZ. But I really should just do CPs over there and do everything else. The problem is the new Division season's largely doing stuff in the DZ. But yeah. And it's not PvP, it could be PvE. But it's kind of weird. You have to see it to believe it. Well, I'll be live tonight. I'm only good for. But as I said, story and I guess some of the agents I know that are upcoming, I just don't have hope for. To me, it looks like a lot of skips. But that's me. A lot of skips. Not for reasons. Norma's a skip because she's fire and sheer force. Ramiel Dan is only because I'm not going to skip her. There's just nothing that screams that unless there's a kit, and it could happen. There's always a couple of sleeper kits. But at some point, you do have to look at the faction and see who's good. Which you're sometimes forced to pull it or you just skip it. This might be one of those years that, unless there's a special character later on, I don't see a lot of the main kits that are announced outside of maybe 3 or 4 that I want. That's Velina, Ramiel, Lady Sunfire. It's 3. Like, I like the look of Phoenix. The key is but. I don't know what she does. And the only possible 4th is either Severus or Norma. There's a problem. That's not counting the rest of the characters that are going to be chunked at us before the end. There's always a group of characters that comes out that's either reruns or newer characters randomly insert. But then again, a lot of my lineups, I'm only needing supports. So that's also CU defense dependent. I'll be live tonight. That's why I said a lot of these I never use. Honestly, it really is just meta dependent unless I get bored. Alright, I will catch people tonight. If you have any questions down below, feel free. Because I will be honest, a lot of these are looking fine right now. The issue is I'm using the same ones over and over again. Because it looks like the pattern of CU defense isn't changing. We will see in 8 days. No idea. We'll catch people like live tonight. So, thing about it is, a lot of these, but bear in mind,